Hey, hello, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I need more coffee. Ugh, I'm already on my second cup. I've been up for a while, and that is not normal for me. Well, I guess it has been normal with me with my sleep schedule lately, but I've been awake and like out of bed for longer than usual. It feels strange. It feels productive. Hello, hi, howdy. How you doing, Danny? I'm on a third casual. I bow to your coffee superiority. Um, let's continue. What did we do last? Elf Song Gith. Right, that's what Knights of the Shield hideout is. I was like, what the fuck is that place? That explains it. There's honestly not too much left that I am super keen to do on this run. In terms of retaliation stuff, we can still do some fun things to like Raphael, I guess. We have House of Grief. It's not There's not too much left other than getting more powerful for the sake of getting more powerful, you know?
What is it?
I haven't grabbed the Emperor's shit. I don't want him talking to me. I'm not gonna. Yeah, hello. Only because I had a presentation at 8:30 and Kara and I were up late embarrassing Raph. Ooh.
What next?
I'm assuming that fight went well, and hopefully the presentation did as well. I don't have money. Want money. Where is my money? I guess I just don't have any. What did I spend it on? Weird. As is prone, bleeding, maimed, reverb, all the things is swift defeat. And Raphael being finished quickly is lore friendly. I approve.
Anyway, take your pick.
What can I sell at Dareth here? We have 5 freezing spheres. Surely there's something funny I can do with that. I've been buying them for the purpose of doing something funny, but just forgetting. Ooh, do I finally do the pickpocket a stack of freezing spheres into Shovel's inventory thing? And just have her stand next to Raphael? Oh, maybe. I could die doing that, though. If I position really badly, I could just die. I'll give it some thought. We do need the noble stock. The mushroom. Morning, Dave. How are you? I was very tired last night, so I didn't say hi, but I was lurking in your stream. You were being all knowledgeable and stuff, answering questions. Crushing it. Do I need Gandrel's aspiration? I don't think I do. Going with my dog, no complaints. Let's go. Hey, Pogler. Your fancy reviving that attunement run you did. There's a mod now with a set item limits per rarity slot and overall works pretty well. Assessing a 3 item limit now. mean, there's no need to revive it, because, like, I completed that run.
Anyway.
But I may
Can
take a
take
look
your
at
pick.
that for inspiration. The plan is to start new co-op run with Mark tomorrow, by the way. Putting the final touches on the rule set. Maybe I'll look at that for some inspo. Okay, to link it here? Absolutely. Feel free. I need to make sure I have crafting mats to make more light potions for Boots of Psionic Movement. That open in a tab now, thank you. Okay, now I have money.
Listen.
You have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Universal res, please and thank you, sir. Ooh, fire shield scroll. That's another thing I need to buy. It's like, I need money for something, but I don't remember what. It's that. I need all of the fire shield scrolls. We're going around to the two vendors that always sell universal resistance. Vicar Humbletoes and Skittle. Always each have a universal resistance every vendor reset. So you don't need to worry about Divine Bone Shard RNG. As much. Did I not take knock? The spec, I guess I didn't. Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't need that shit.
What's that?
I guess I don't do enough damage. This... I don't think I ever grabbed Wolburn's hammer. That would have been perfect for this. Fine.
Handy. Invisible me.
You'll step up and marvel at the spectacular wonders on offer.
Talk through the cells. I could, but this is funnier. 82 and rock. We don't have invis scrolls? Fine-ish. Fine adjacent. Not enough. Excuse me. At this rate, I need to sneeze emote. Wolverine doesn't deserve to have his hammer grabbed. It's true. Throwing Wolverine's hammer to Steel Watchers do the force damage gimmick. I don't think so, because they're not inanimate objects. They're animate objects. I guess.
Carlac Cliffgate. Gortash said you didn't even give... Oh, you see, he's the Archduke. That's my fella. Anyone special in your life? Now that. Meanwhile, if you're still in the business of intimidation, I might have something you can make use of in the shop.
Crazy that Fitz doesn't even give Karlach a discount. Like, is the economy in Baldur's Gate that fucked? Wiki's description, Wolvern's Hammer, Uncommon Light Hammer, deals an extra 2d4 force damage on each hit against constructs and willed objects. Does it do it on constructs too? I wasn't aware it worked on constructs. I thought it was just objects. Automod already on its bullshit, Dade. This is my first playthrough, and I thought Wolvern was chill because Barcus said they were friends. Barcus constructed a version of Wolvern in his mind that I really don't think ever existed. Which... Damn, Barcus. I feel that, brother.
Friend. Got grub, potions, a few nice vintages. Let's stock up now before someone clears me out to fill their larder.
Barcus just like me, for real. Damn, Automod shushing Danny. Automod is too sassy. Too intimidating. Hey, Druid, how are you?
Back again? I know a reader when I see one. What'll it be?
That's my start streaming alarm. I was hoping she had Fire Shield. But that's fine, I guess. No, I do have to sell something. You want Crown of Madness. Excuse me. We're all flagged by Automod. I need to sell more stuff. I can carry the Resonance Stone again. We do have Ethel's Charm. Do have a spare Elven Elegance. That's nice too. Hey Kara, how are you? Automod smokes a cig before starting shift in Quag's chat. Need your advice on something. Is Ketheric Shield the best shield slot option for spell save DC? Something better option in Act 3, trying to increase my hit chance, Halo Spores, not really finding the options, trigger advantage on checks. So your options to increase spell save DC in that slot, you're looking at either dual wielding or using Ketheric Shield. Yeah, there's no other shields that give spell save DC. So if you're committed to using a shield, then that would be your pick. For ways to force con save disadvantage, the Rat Familiar's Bite applies to that. Applies con save disadvantage. If a target is bleeding, they have con save disadvantage. And you can lower their con saves with each stack of reverb is -1. Yeah, Rhapsody. Yeah.
Take your pick.
How we doing, trade? Lurking without audio most of the day, sadly. Got hella calls to make. I am rooting for you. And I'm glad you're here. Guess I need to sell the root powder barrel to Damon. I really should start getting attitude with rolling and runs. It's something that I don't see the point of because it doesn't matter until Act 3, but every once in a while in Act 3 I'm like, hey, I don't have money. We test Scarlet's super and find out it's just an abomination. It wouldn't surprise me if everything about Rhapsody is fucked.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Damon, why don't you have more money? Where is your money? Blurg's got me. Surely Blurg has got me. Do Rhapsody, Ketheric Shield? Yeah. I'll rat if I need to, just using Raven because blind is so nice. Yeah, rat is an option. Apply disadvantage. Worth noting that not only does Rhapsody itself give you up to +3 spell save DC, if you attack while hiding or invisible, like you stab someone with a dagger, they start bleeding. Rhapsody just does that. So that'll apply the con save disadvantage as well.
Your tadpoles.
Your tadpole.
Naturally, the Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
Any fire shields in this bag? No? That's okay. That's okay, Blurg. You're still the GOAT. Why am I encumbered, though? I guess I am carrying a lot of situational gear. It just kind of be like that. Sell some of my thieves' tools. Alright. What can I move? Titan string can go for now. Whoa, it has +1 spell save DC, right? Alright, I don't need to carry Melf Staff anymore. Iron Vine can go away because I don't have Shillelagh right now. Yeah, you have Karlach as Tiger Heart. There you go. Should have you covered. You have Contagion for Spore Druid as well. Yeah, Spore Druid also learns blindness, so you don't have to worry too much about the Raven Familiar, because you can just do an upcast blindness and send it at a bunch of people. You can even send multiple, like, rays of blindness at one person if you want to make sure it sticks.
The mermaid, faithful readers, has the tackiest architecture.
Oh, Horror 5. It's 5th level. But since you're talking about Ketheric's Shield, that's around the same point in the game, so. Character level 9. I get a bit ahead still in Act 1. Yeah, my advice would be not to get lost in the sauce of late game gear. Something that'll just kind of come together once you're there. Like, a lot of Act 3 gear is just kind of there for the sake of being stronger. You don't have much to use it on by the time you get all of it. Does that make sense? It's just mostly for flexing harder.
My folks are buried here. I'd love to pay them a visit.
That graffiti from before.
Beat Merkel in your
Never
duo
thought
honor
I'd
last night.
see
Let's
it
go,
again.
Spear. Sick. Congrats. Kept getting crits. Love to see it.
Well, all the time I spent training. Oh. The city is close.
For making my dick bigger. Got him.
Followers of Lady Shah will be watching,
Dade has to give a warning
waiting for my return.
whenever she turns to one side.
Find them.
Because her challenge runner dick is so big that everyone needs to duck.
Here lies Duncan, last of the Gory clan.
Here
He
lie
died
Pluck
with
and Kaelak Cliffgate. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Sorry I haven't visited. I've been away. But I'm back now. I miss you so much.
Worried about the whole thing. Plus
I'm
HP pull out of
happy.
my party by the end
I'm
game.
getting up
Also
to
forgot I have
some really
Symbiotic Entity, which is
important
like plus 48 HP.
Maybe you can see for yourselves. I don't know. You with me here, anyway. Taters.
Yeah. Hey Rona, how are you?
I can't even remember how that started. It's always been how we said I love you. A whole private language, just for us. Just me now. Mum, you used to say there was no such thing as death.
Bardlach's got a lot going on with her face right now.
Dad thought that was a load of woo. That gone meant gone, unless you'd struck a deal with one of the gods. But you had better things to do than beg favors off immortals, right, Dad? I don't know what I think. Something to look forward to. An answer to the greatest mystery of all. Bit morbid, but true all the same. Wish me luck, Mum and Dad. I need it.
Here lies Pluck Cliffgate, beloved husband and father.
Pain. Yeah, pain's the correct word.
Here rests Alistair Marnley,
Feel the touch
taken
of
too
loss
soon.
at this grave. Grief, even. I understand. But who is this? Do what I can. That name on the tombstone before. No, he'd surely not have been buried here if he was exposed. Baldur's Gate. Just wandering the streets is causing little things to come back to me. Just. Oh, I'm well aware. Trust me. In fact, as I remember so little, the way things stand, all my fondest memories revolve around you.
Not really the healthiest basis for a relationship, but it's sweet of her to say.
Honestly, and don't laugh, it's the smells. I never thought I'd be so glad to be greeted by the waft of docks and alleyways. It doesn't dredge up any specifics, just a feeling I can't quite define.
I really like the DJ armor. I don't know, the turtleneck look, it just looks
It's
cool.
a
Is
comforting feeling, all the same.
that weird? Is it just me? Anyway, we were having those conversations with Shart because I wanted to see if she would have anything to say at Karlach's parents' graves. But also having those conversations with her about the graffiti, about the grave, and then about the smells of the city
Aren't you a sight for sore
affects
eyes?
her
If you're
decision-making
sure.
process in her personal quest line. If you've ever wanted to get her to choose a certain way, you can do so by having those conversations. I still haven't made a decision how I'm handling that. I'm probably not even going that route, but just something to check off the checklist, as it were. Let's sell some stuff to Volo. I can sell the blue DJ plate because I have the purple. There is an argument for me wearing the adamantine scale in this setup, but I wouldn't get the damage retaliation from Bone Spike Garb, so. Next big thing we do is probably going into the House of Hope, so I can get Amulet of Greater Health. That's not just an HP increase, it's a damage increase because of Bone Spike Garb scaling off your con mod. It would go from 2 to 6. And I guess it would let me restructure my stats, but I don't really need to do that.
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
Niantic. No, retweet. To be fair, they made her forget so much, and what they're going through is so dark, can't blame her for most positive memories being about their partner. I agree, it is alarming. Yeah, like, trauma bonding is a thing. It's bound to happen. Just like, I don't know, it could also lead some shit places, like both of you turning evil and taking over the world together. Places like that. But in this chat, we support women's rights and women's wrongs. I have an extra door for Splint, right?
Whatever happens next,
You tell Automod that?
be sure that I will document
Automod's
it
not an
all
ally.
as accurately as possible.
Let's go become an unholy assassin. It's part of why I wanted the money, so I could afford the gear from a Bozigol. If I put on Birthright and Ring of Geniality, I should be able to still get a pretty good deal. We're there to buy Ballast Armor, Vicious Shortbow, Assassin of Ball Cowl. Ballast Armor probably doesn't get used. Notably, I'm not buying Greater Flesh Gloves, just because, like,
Shouldn't be too hard.
doubt I end up seeing a use, but maybe. I don't know, maybe if I do some saturation punching or something. Actually, that kind of sounds funny. Okay, we'll just buy everything. Automod believes nice guys finish last. Automod slides into DMs of women on social media and says that he could be a better man than their current partner. Automod buys supplements from his favorite influencer once a month. Automod told you should smile more. Ooh. Capitalists love me. Let's just buy everything. It's true. It's true. How you doing, Samat? Emotional support creator flesh. That's real. Automod thinks you can't even make jokes anymore because everyone's too PC.
Present me well from...
I have initiative, right? That doesn't matter. Actually did a murder, so there should be no deception here.
Approach as you took this. You.
I could do the haha funny contagion to Saravok, I guess. Kind of funnier if I dominate person. I could contagion and then dominate person and make him kill the tribunal for me.
You make.
Boy, I know you. Someone will stop you, Bardlach. When they do, I think it hurts. Citizen, stop this attack!
With the port.
Disgusting.
Hey Drevsky, how are you? That's a cute emote. That's a Dave emote. It's Viconia, right? Yeah.
I offer you instruments.
Citizen, stop this. Used to be friends with Autobot until they took my acts of friendship as a romantic interest, accused me of leading them on. Oof. Oof. Automod thinks that people with compatible orientations can't be friends because they actually all just want to fuck each other. Becoming too real. Automod listens to Andrew Tate podcasts. Automod says free top G. Automod's a fucking villain. That's the takeaway here. I would call him Bottom G now. Gloves that haunt my nightmares. Automod now in a basement in Romania. Someone get Automod to order pizza. Automod won't let me watch Quag streams anymore, demanded to look at our DMs. There's no way I can spend that time with a guy just his friends. Oof. Are you okay? That one feels real. After 2 or 3 messages between them, Automod said they were in love with me.
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that at least I can.
At least Automod always gets consent, right? Right? It's getting dark. But Automod's a certain kind of individual, as we've established. Wouldn't count on that one. She finds out you invest in crypto and eat carnivore diet. Oh shit. It hurts. We're describing actual people. I actually hate how many of these I have not at all based on real experiences. Yeah, it's a good thing that none of these have happened to people, right? Right? This is all purely hypothetical.
Can I help you?
Automod made a 10-minute YouTube rant video on why we're living in a 1984 universe after being banned off Instagram for making jokes about women belonging in a kitchen. Automod made a joke about assaulting someone and then immediately defaulted to comedy is dead when there was backlash. And claimed free speech doesn't exist. I need more fire shield scrolls. Automod starts out every terrible opinion with just playing devil's advocate. And then they follow up with, I'm not blank, but ... Not to be racist or anything, but yeah, yep, exactly. Autobot has black friends. Yeah, Autobot can't be racist. They call me Sal. Bullied by Automod. Hang on, let me scroll up. Bullied by Automod in an Overwatch game and I wasn't healing enough. Was told to go make them a sandwich. Oof. Oof. Any of you ever watch YouTuber Spontaneous, I believe is her name? She has this long-running series of it's called OMG a Girl, and it's just a highlight reel of like shit that happens while she's trying to play Rainbow Six Siege. And it's pretty fucking bad. Like everything that we've talked about is something that's happened in one of her videos. It's pretty bad. Audible thinks sorry if you were offended is an apology. I hate it. I hate it so much. Or the girl who made her in-game name in Tarkov into her Google Voice phone number. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Hey, Chris. I was going over here to grab a companion to level up for vendor access, but then it's like, oh, I'm not Karlach. Or I am Karlach, so she's not there. These two aren't here. Jahihi's got me. Lot to answer for. Wow, holy shit. You had triple Chad, Pris? Yeah, that's I knew that was a good seed.
We've done what we came to do.
What do you expect of me? Or having Jahihi give us vendor refreshes, so I don't have to long rest. Long resting is cringe. I wanted Baron so bad. Yeah, I think I ended up having something like 12 kings in that deck without even doing Too many death cards.
Real saviors never You know, I'm sure you're very right. I like to keep I might not have exactly what you need, but I remain at your service. Have a look at least.
I sells disguise kits. 27 kings, about 25 of them silver. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Steel Card Mime is just so strong. We're talking Balatro, by the way. Anyone very confused.
Anyway, take your pick.
Automon keeps asking me what my gender is, thinking they can score with me. Automod thinks that, hey, you should change your pronouns to you/I is a good pickup line. I heard that one before. I've seen that one more than one time. The first time is distressing. The second time is exhausting.
How can I help you? Huh. I suppose that at least I can help with.
Roland, why are you not selling Fire Shield, brother? It's like the specific thing I need. Automon turns anything should be a quick conversation to a 3 to 5 hour long discussion about his trauma, mental health, family issues. By the end of it, you're left feeling emotionally drained. Your problem still has not been addressed or heard. Yeah, you have to be Automon's therapist and mother and personal toy.
How can I help you?
Or else won't give you the time of day. I have to leave stream now. No, come back. It's too real though. Automod definitely thinks Elon Musk is the real life Tony Stark and is verified on Twitter. I hate Automod. Can I remove Autobot from my channel? This is getting bad. Fuck you, Elon, I'm not calling it X. Agreed. He's gonna dead name his kid. I'm gonna dead name his stupid fucking app.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Prison Nightbot 2, please. Prison Nightbot have had beef forever.
Back again? I know a reader when I see one. What'll it be?
Stop fact checking me, Autobot. Oh no, it does sound like that, Foster. How are you? Shit, you know, there's one time I told Nex, I'm not your mommy, I'm not your therapist, you need to figure this shit out. Good job standing up for yourself. That is important. There's definitely a difference between being open about your emotions and everything with a partner, and then there's making them foot the bill for that. That's two different things. We stand an emotionally open king, but we do not stand for making people shoulder your baggage. I could maybe studying neuropsychology, but I'm not prepared to handle this. That's real, Druid.
Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
I guess I'll buy more peg scrolls. More pegging, you know? More blight scrolls for combat openers? Sure. I should really put together the bazaar. I can, actually.
I feel like a rofé in a tea shop. Need to learn the hard way. While I'm at it.
Return of the sewer bazaar. The only thing more common than E. coli is a good deal.
Stealth mode activated. Down the hatch.
Hey, waitress.
La la la. Let me at it.
Already on fumes at that point, told him repeatedly he's unhappy. He started to be very unfiltered, stand up for myself. Good. Not that you were unhappy, not that things deteriorated to that point, but I'm proud of you for recognizing your value. You don't owe anyone their happiness at the cost of yours.
What are you having?
Bardlach to peg me? That's so real. Also, yes. I'm looking for a moment to say one. You never disappoint.
Not used to lying low. Poor fucker.
Years ago, anyway. Nice to joke about in hindsight. Yeah, getting to the point where you can joke about things like this is good. Like, we can shitpost on the internet about some, like, actual traumatic shit like that. I think we're doing okay. TBJ stands for trauma dumping boundaries and Jorkin. But we don't have boundaries here. Definitely a lot of Jorkin, though. Felt, seen, heard, and tasted depended on the mood. Trauma dumping Booba and Jorkin. Hell yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way. Pain. Physical damage. I'm just grabbing all the vendors I can think of, maybe occasionally going to, and we're just putting them all in the bazaar. You know?
Eat it.
Heard we'll just put them in the bong. How? You hear what you want to hear, Control. Pack it up, I got this. Are you gonna smoke all of these people? You know what? You do you, buddy. I support you.
You shouldn't have tried me.
Hold my beer. Was I actually successfully able to put all these people here? Am I missing anybody? Can I bring Skittle here? I wonder if I actually can.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Back again? I know a reader when I see one.
Your tadpoles, naturally. The Underdark.
Yeah, I couldn't even read that. All places why I like the worst waypoint? Because it's easy access, and there's already a vendor here. What all those vendors talk about, we need to come back and buy stuff. I like to think that they don't understand their surroundings have changed, so they're still perceiving their original location. They're just completely dissociating.
What are you having?
Best victuals and cures in the lower city.
PG3, they don't talk, they just fuck. Fucking probably. At least Shar had some panache. Yeah, Ball has no sense of decor. It's all very one note. Whereas Shar knows architecture.
Back again? I know a reader when I see one. What'll it be?
Anyway, take your pick.
Appreciating the sewer sounds like a fetish. It does. I cannot disagree with you.
Your tadpoles.
Architecture, you might just say. Well done, well done. Isn't life just one big hole? I mean, you could probably reverse engineer most things that living creatures go through is, you know, you could reduce it all down to putting something in a hole. And maybe that's why a solid percentage of us are so simple. What's this clip? How's this whole game work? So the first thing it tries to do, Messi, is make you unreasonably horny. Like, it tries to move all of the blood from your brain as far down as it can. And then it forces you to make choices in that state. So reading gets really, really difficult. This guy's spitting. It's hard to play when my desk is physically off the ground. Uh-huh. I don't think I ever killed a sleeping bugbear. No, I did. I did. I leave him asleep for Spell Thief, and then I always forget I can Spell Thief. It's a whole thing. Hey, someone's into that, Druid. Spit and quick put up the Spit Guard. Spit Guard's such a good spell. Some chase feelings, others chase rabbits.
Your tadpoles. You, oh, I admit, I'm some naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual.
Well, you have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits.
Oh god, that clip is linked. So this is my friends convince them to play this game. Oh no. Jahihi is gonna be an actor now. You'd have lunch and be productive. Don't let me be a bad influence, Danny. You know I have no self-control. I'll be here. The thing, I'll be here.
What are you having? You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my way.
Do I need anything else from Humble Toes? I don't think so.
Back again? I know a reader when I see one.
I should really get the other scroll vendors down here.
Anyway, take your pick.
Let me go to the bathroom, then I'll do that. No self-control, or is it passion? I like that explanation. BRB. Quag cat box? No, listen, a lot of people don't know that lore, Control. You can't just drop that lore out of nowhere. You gotta ease them into it. Hey, say. Some conversational lube, huh? You gotta do the prep work. Reminded you to behave yourself. You don't want the new folks to know the ancient secrets. Okay, stomach, calm down. That makes sense.
Want another? How can I help you? These books are
scrolls, parchments, codices, tomes. Take a look and see what calls you.
I have a few ice storms. I could use one more.
Anyway,
Quag market construction time. Yeah, I grabbed a few vendors that I don't normally bother moving, because I just figured for completeness' sake, you know. I should go get Damon. Let's go get Damon. Helsik can stay where she is, I guess. I think we've even spoken to Helsik yet, though. And we should move Disguise Kit Guide too. Why am I walking? Sometimes I'm not smart.
Ready for this?
This vendor jail's an actual place now. Certainly seems that way. Sell that. That. I want to sell the rune powder bomb yet. I guess I'll sell. Steals Wolverine tells me he's a treasure, locks him tight, counting how safe is safe. Yeah, you gotta keep him safe. That's why they call it a safe.
State naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
What can I do for you?
Gotta keep him safe or rated. Oh, that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Fuck. Damn it. You're welcome.
Time for a natter.
The penitent looks at you silently. There is the slightest...
Yeah, you can talk to him from over here, by the way. That's why I didn't move him.
You have come
Buying
far,
Legacy,
I
that's
perceive.
it's bold.
I am Vicar Humble
Huh.
Guardian
I
of
needed to
this
balance the
short time.
transaction, so...
I keep the peace in this sacred.
What are you having?
Keeping track of which of these vendors I've already spoken to is getting difficult.
What are you having?
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Your tadpole.
Your
naturally.
tadpole.
The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
Welcome back. You have
Going
come
back in, just
far,
finished the
I
game yesterday. What a
perceive.
wild ride. Hey, congrats on your
How
win.
may I serve you this day?
And how should I... JP... Like, I'm gonna be honest. I need more coffee before I'm literate. So I like to understand how to address people. They explain like I'm stupid if need be. What are you doing? Look at this guy. Gotta kill Dareth this afternoon because I tried the Misty Step trick to get the nice medal. What do you mean you gotta kill Dareth? You don't have to kill Dareth. Armor spawned and immediately aggroed. Yeah, you could just, like, hide. Is that Kevin? This is Jake. Yeah, you can just flee combat. You don't need to kill people when they aggro. It's a really dumb username derived from my initials, JPGs, and D at the end. Forgot the credentials to my original JP's name. Nice. Okay. The lore. Who have I not spoken to?
Anyway, take your pick.
First run in a while, I think I'll be pretty set on invis potions. That's a nice feeling.
Back again?
Also don't have enough stuff to undo to minus 45. Doesn't mean she has to die. Yeah, it doesn't mean she has to die. And if she's at minus 45, what you can then start doing is trade with her while disguised. Because your vendor attitude is tracked separately for each disguise. So, like, if one face of yours she hates, then just switch to a different one. Now, sometimes that's a problem, because if with one you have a good attitude, then you want to be interacting with that one. But you can get around having a bad attitude by just disguising when available. Hey Cobra, how are you? Do I need more Blight Scrolls? I feel like I've bought a lot. How many do I have? Nine? Yeah, I don't need more.
How can I help you?
I'll grab one more Misty stuff.
Penitent looks at you, son. There's the slightest...
Making me sweat.
Michaelash dropped an interesting piece of information. Didn't know. Throw an arrow net Cazador makes Thunderwave.
The legends of the hero who fought
Have his
alongside
necrotic
Tahira
damage
during
rider.
the time of troubles.
Oh wait, no, it
Alongside
makes the
his
Nyrona
lineage
slash
of
damage.
giants,
Have
Space
Cazador's
Hound
necrotic
still
damage rider. Huh. That is interesting.
And the last time I saw him, I had a choice. Stay the words, but it does not be. Oh,
Which is good and bad. Yeah, that means it's harder to boost, but that means you could probably boost it in some interesting ways. Like, if you threw Nyrona at Helsik, would the thunder damage get Helsik's bonus piercing damage? Or does her bonus piercing the allies not apply to herself? Or would it not apply because she would be targeting herself with it?
You're sure?
Questions? Alright, let's get Hell access. Might be yet another way to deal with Mystic Carrion bottles. Could be, yeah. I personally am really a fan of the Seal Watch method. But that is one that's only available before destroying the Foundry. Well, I guess you can always countermancy a Steel Watcher. Yes.
This is real. A Death Devil skull by that is one big ass Gargatula skull.
It's one big ass.
A real diabolist must have collected all this. Sad occupation, really.
I welcome thee. Well, well. It's been a while since I've had such discerning custom.
I want Cloak of the Weave, I
You
think.
may browse my more curated selection.
Pretty sure Halsik always has a Blade Scroll. I should stock up on those there.
No.
Actually, is this what I wear? That'll give me advantage and concentration, but I don't necessarily need to go greater health. I like it. This vessel is at my disposal, I say to Carlaco, but she folds me like a cardboard box. Wanted her to squeeze me like I'm a Capri Sun running on empty.
Fiddly things. I'm nothing.
For losing Martial Bravery or Horns? No, but for the sake of variety. It's the only reason. I'll try using Urigear's explosives on those jars while in House of Hope. There's a chance Urigear takes that damage. That could be cool, actually. Yeah, that's a good thought, Say. Like, would that mean it'd be possible, if you put enough of them down, to kill Urigear before he's even interactable in the House of Hope? Because on your first entry into the House of Hope, you can see in the combat log, if Urigear had been killed already, you see Urigear was resurrected. And the same trigger causes Raphael to heal if he's been sitting at 1 HP for the whole game from you knocking him out. Only 4 jars? Yeah, there's only 4 jars, but if you get enough bombs, and they're each simultaneously killing the jars, maybe you could do enough instances. So Urigear doesn't have that much HP. It's actually kind of quite fragile by Act 3 HP standards.
I don't like the look of this. Was she summoning something?
Get to milk your gear. I miss Astronomer. Sorry, for explosives.
Rat feet. All right. Time for a soft touch. Phew.
I always get that one wrong. I don't know how. You'd think I would know by now. put Fierce Perilous Stakes on someone, throw an arrow at them with a splash, get the psychic damage.
The Emperor is...
As the figure flickers and starts to dim from
I want to
view,
test that, because that
you
could be
sense
some
she could
brain
be
memes.
convinced to return.
'Cause, like, in theory, I can FPS Countercharm. And then throw Nirolna at Countercharm and make Countercharm kill the brain. There's a ton of Fierce Perilous Stakes memes you can't do for long. Yeah. The funny thing yesterday, I currently scored druids running Fowler Loop, Pop Shriek. Once I broke the blood snap HP, it did Slash and Halo Spores. Halo Spores crit. Well, it can't crit, it's not attack roll. But Halo Spores hits twice if you have Symbiotic Entity. So, if you have things like Fowler Loop, things like Callous Glow, things like Lightning Charges, you start doing a lot of numbers. It's very cool. Fierce Perilous Stakes Smoke Powder Bombs in theory. Very balanced. Yeah. Just one stack of FPS and do a multi-bomb throw. Yeah.
I hear the jailer. It hears me.
Crit, get a crit,
It'll
Fowler
pull
wouldn't crit,
Raphael,
would
make
it?
every
No.
question
Weapon
quick.
attacks
Look, some
crit.
of them
Things that have
fight
attack rolls, crit. So if you swung the sword, yeah, that can crit. But Halo Spores can't. Got your brain fog? Yeah, I'm sorry to pass it on to you.
Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever.
Concentrate.
Remember, but I like you.
Can you see if you do? But
The wrath.
Ton of XP just for walking here. And as I referenced earlier, your gear was resurrected in the combat log here. FPS Heart of the Storm, yeah. FPS Halo Spores is actually also really funny, because with Symbiotic, that hits twice. So, one stack of FPS with Resonance Stone, you click Halo Spores, you're hitting someone for 60 psychic damage with your reaction. One stack.
I'd love to, thanks.
Was damage didn't call the weak? I don't actually know.
An infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Forgot I have Arcana expertise.
Gimme.
Now we have the Helldusk helmet as an unarmored crit immunity option. Probably won't really be leveraging that, because I need to keep some amount of armor on so that I suppress my Draconic Bloodline AC. I can achieve that with Reviving Hands here. I guess an option is I Helldusk helmet there, Reviving Hands there, and then that frees up my... Yeah, I don't need to worry about crit immunity from Adamantine Shield, though I wasn't really worrying. But this does mean I could, like, sled board here, Vicious Shortbow here, hope for crits. Someone crits me. Single dollar Amaris. Yeah, I kind of like the setup, actually. So cool thing about Origin Karlach here, actually. You don't need to make any checks when dealing with the Archivist.
You look positively wretched.
And Companion Karlach can do this too. War Druids, Fungal Infestation, share a slot with the enemy dead zombies? No, does not.
The schedule is all but clear, and yet you are here.
Karlach Demon's Bane, I represent my mistress, Archduchess Zariel, and I'm acting as her High Inquisitor.
I would prostrate my... As always, the archive...
See the hammer, please. Oh, Karlach perk, you don't have to make any rolls.
Steady. Long and low. Something over there.
Hey, Nuna.
Entrances and no exits.
I don't think that both makes things funny late game. Not really. Spore zombies are just kind of they're fun in the early game, but like they stop being even the slightest bit impactful in Act 3. They're just bodies on the field. They kind of die before they can do anything, to be honest. Greater health, we got horns. Alice glow. Yeah, I figured it was something like that, but thanks for the explanation. I'm doing well. How are you? Attacking against the Spore zombies, one less against me. That's true. Community update. Ooh. Let's read this. Good news, everyone. It's January. The world's finished another lazy rotation around the sun. As you're gazing to the murky horizon of 2025, like a groundhog in search of spring, we're hard at work to bring you your next excuse to return to Faerun. Patch 8 is still moving along nicely before we let you in on the upcoming stress test to try your hand at breaking things, add some finishing touches, working with our partners to ensure you can fully test crossplay. We hope to let you into the Patch 8 stress test towards the end of the month. Today's community update here to remind you of what's arriving in our final major patch. and uses upcoming photo mode to celebrate some of the creations you've shared with us during our journey together. Someone grab the tissue. Can't really be the end, can it? So, their wording here is interesting. They're leaving room for them to do smaller updates, but they are making it very clear, as they've wanted to move on for a while, that patch 8 will be like the end of BG3 support as we know it, in terms of big content drops. Your character will no longer think Shadowheart is dead if she isn't talking about Iconia. Okay. Thar will not comment on the Emperor's reveal. I guess she didn't, huh? Alison will now show up to your camp in Act 2 as long as you save him, even if you have to... Oh, so that means Restless Region Lock can actually do the Halcyon content now. That's really big for Mark's runs in particular. Because he always misses out on Restless Region Lock runs. He always misses out on Halcyon as an endgame ally on all of the XP associated with Portal Defense because he can't do it, because he can't do the party. Ceres will stop getting involved in combat with Minthara. Nice. It's pretty good. Hopefully there's more bug fixes than this. Like, none of these are related to broken AI NPCs, so hopefully that's in there. That looks like a Blade Singer there. That's the default wizard robe, and, you know, they're swinging around a sword. Photo mode stuff. Alright, that's a good meme. Alright, these are some pretty good memes. The Dirge one? Oh no. Notice my bottom bar shown. What is this? What is happening here? Good news, everyone. Adjusting the minimum specs for Mac players. Awful. Of course, Wither's Big Naturals. Officially endorsed Wither's Big Naturals. It's canon that, we don't have to worry about that bone meal, we have to worry about that bone milk. He's a god of the little death. Good one. That bone milk is a whole meal? True. Yeah, with the gun mod. Nice.
Show your invitation.
I thought you'd got lost and died.
Something over there.
stats do exist in D&D. Yeah, just not those specific real world ones, I don't think. But hey, maybe. Getting myself injured for Horns of Berserker use. Every spellcaster has a gun, it's called Rhapsody. Do I want Helldust Gloves from Harlop? I don't need them right now. So this is the setup we're going to be rocking for a few fights. We have a lot of HP, and advantage on con saves thanks to Amulet of Greater Health. Got a lot of individual damage retaliation effects, so Callous Glow is going to get some good mileage. Same with Horns of the Berserker. We have Flesh Melter Cloak for retaliation, we have Bone Spike Garb for retaliation and some damage reduction. We have Reviving Hands to give us Blade Ward thanks to the effect of the Ring of Regeneration going off every turn. Our boots will be, as needed, either Bone Spike, Helldusk, Speedy Light Feet, or Boots of Psionic Movement, depending on my needs. Speedy Light Feet would be the most damage here in terms of benefiting all of my riders, but I can do Boots of Psionic Movement, disguised as a GIF, and then use a Flight Potion to get that psychic damage on each retaliation. So we're going to be going for that. We have Swires of Sledboard for damage reduction to help offset the fact that we were running around without crit immunity. And Rhapsody for consistent damage on our retorts, regardless of whether they crit or not. Now, more damage would be having Dollar Amaris over Sledboard. I don't know if I'm feeling that brave yet. We'll see how the damage looks with this setup. Who can we go fight? I could try to make the big stupid dragon die from retaliation. But I want a little more prep before I do that. I guess Orin is not an unreasonable ask right now. Oh, and I can switch from this Cloud Giant to something else. My initiative is a little shit right now, so Vigilance. Oh, I gotta have Shart spit on me again. Also, I should have her use her corrosive spit ability. I can do both of those things. Someone said yesterday, Wall of Stone helps the answer fight. Not sure how accurate that statement is. It works. To block the answer Nova, you just need to break line of sight. And Wall of Stone creates actual cover that you can use to break that line of sight. It works. Peg upkeep is a bit better for answer for Frightful Presence. I would agree. I would prefer having Peg active and then just using movement speed to use the existing terrain, but there's still multiple approaches. Encumbered again.
That Orphic hammer could be crucial. We may have to try and get our hands on it. Oh.
There is work to do.
Alright, Mama. Spit on it. 1%. Here's what I can do to make that more consistent. Risky ring.
My faith will guide me.
Hey, you want a Battle Mage Elixir shard? Like, will that help? It probably helps. There you go. What kind of save is this? Oh, it's a con save.
No time to dally.
What a charmer.
Oh.
Good. If you're sure you.
Careful the shard spits. Give it an advantage here, shard still can't. So, it's the fact that it's a con save. And I have extremely good constitution saves. Like, rolling a 6, I still succeeded. I needed to roll a 5. And it's not like her DC was low. It was DC 18. With the Battle Mage Elixir. So now, we're prepared. I have an armor class of 6. I'm injured, so Horns of the Berserker will do its thing. We can go deal with Ethel's masks, I think. Yeah, let's go do that. Hey, Over Blackthorn, how are you? I would dye my clothes, but I can't really see them through the Soul Coin VFX, so... Getting Unstable Blood from Mirage wouldn't be the worst idea either. But I can wait. Good how it goes. It's going well. We were in vendor jail for a while. Bunch of shit posting. But now we're getting ready to do some actual fights. Got House of Hope access going. We're gonna do some saucy stuff, I hope. I gotta remember coming down here is also speed. Another exploration spot.
Real hagginess about this place. I think we found Ethel's lair.
Plant growth is an action refresh. I wasn't aware that it is.
This is Auntie's special place. You can't be in her special place.
Let's kill it. Kill it and stuff it. For Auntie.
I do want to be in Auntie's special place. Full disclosure.
Let's slit this landlubber from head to heel. I'll shank the bastards, Auntie. I swear.
Things are too slow. Skill issue. You are also dead. Do I want to do this? Grizzly has command. I don't really want to invite that. I don't think she can do it in a silence bubble, though. Oh, you died. Okay. Fight. Look at some of the damage we did. Oh yeah, horns went on that throw. Nice. And Sonic Overload. So, Mask of Terror hit us for 0 bludgeoning damage, and took that much. We don't have Fire Shield going, and Flesh Melter Cloak didn't do damage because we didn't take damage. Flip a little dangerously. Dollar Maris. Puts us down to 4 AC. Don't really want to deal with something with Ethel herself just yet. I want to find some more like martial types to fight. Man is a laughable DC anyway. Grizzly doesn't have good mental stats. Good to know. Can we go to the bank? Though, problem is, Wallace throwing daggers won't really do all that much. If we had Shillelagh, we could Ironvine Shield, then them hitting us with dagger throws would still do the thing. And most of them has Sentinel, so it's actually a little awkward to do that fight. But there is the one under Janet's estate. We can go do that. Go back home. Welcome back, Sora. DC 14 or 15. I mean, I do have Resonance Stone and bad int, average wisdom.
Something over there.
But I suppose with Anointed and Splendor and Karma Bless, even that's not really an issue.
Stealth mode activated. You can't see me. I feel like a Rofe in a tea shop. Let's cook with fire, baby.
So let's see how much damage this guy just did to himself. So he used opportunity attack, hit me for 2. Hit himself for 5, 9, 11, 20, 22, 28, 30, 63, 65, 73, 75, 85, 87, 89... almost 100 damage. What was your plan? You slowed the Countercharm. Good job. They were getting the psychic damage from Boots' Psionic movement on each of the damage retaliation sources. So we got it 3 times there. If he had successfully dealt damage, we would have gotten it 4 times. What was that fight? I do almost want to go with Hill Giant Gloves here, and then just plan on doing a universal res. But I'm actually worried about taking damage. That would also free up a ring slot for I could go like Crusher's Ring over Ring of Regen. Shadowcloak Ring would apply to any unarmed hits that hit us and we do retaliation for. It's an option. I suppose we could Fowler Loop Shriek. That would be a good equip for this as well. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Reality where I just disarm people and have them punch me. I could use heat metal, I could use fear, I could use command. Yeah, I do have the cleric level to do command. My wisdom isn't negative. Like, my cleric DC is 18 and I'm imposing disadvantage. Huh. Yeah, that sounds fun, trade. Prep command. Go with that. So I'm doing Callous Glow, so it wouldn't... Because I'm doing, Reduce Flame Callous Glow. And it would mean there'd be no point to doing, Armaris. So actually, what I'm gonna do instead... I'm gonna stick with this, but I am gonna do the command thing. Because this will allow me to disarm archers. Oh, the Banshee if I can apply Frightened easily. How would I apply it here? Bow of the Banshee also work against fearful targets? Dissonant Whispers? I could Dissonant Whispers. That's an action, though. I'm more likely to use my action to dash as the current thing. Which further presents a case for... you doing Speedy Light Feet dashing. And a saves Frightened. Depends on the source, but usually Wisdom. It's sometimes Constitution, sometimes Intelligence. Bit of an inconsistent sphere of things, if you ask me.
Welcome to a relaxed tone and easy smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze gives it away. Something has him rattled.
Writing a ballad, The Bothered Banker. Hearing what's on your mind would really help.
Can't imagine who would want to hear such a song. But as you will. He's an unusual sort of customer, but the head banker said he'd handle it, so it's fine. I'm sure we're just fine.
So, I reference sometimes how your cleric deity matters. This is one of those. I have an evil cleric option here.
No.
Easy smile, Doppelgort. Should give the Gort until I doppel, am I right, gamers?
Shadows don't suit me.
Or reminders why my head started not built justify full Warlock on its own. There being a good level 1 feature... I gag. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the joke. There being good low-level features doesn't mean the high-level ones aren't worth it. And in fact, my personal favorite combination of Warlock is 12 Fiend. Because at level 10, the Fiend can give themselves a resistance, whatever they want. and they can swap it up every short rest, and it lasts until long rest. So a fiend can just give themselves, let's say, force resistance, which is otherwise extremely difficult to get. This is on top of having Dark One's own luck. You get a good spell list. Fiends get Scorching Ray, Fireball, Firewall, Fire Shield, Flame Strike. Level 11 Warlocks get their 3rd spell slot, and they get a 6th level spell of their choice, including Create Undead. So you can have a Mummy. Level 12, you get Life Drinker Invocations available, and you get your 3rd feat. I'm a big fan of Pure Class Fiend. Warlock Hours, who up Eldritch and they blast, Hammock and Balls. A useful Archfey, I'm told it's kind of cheats. Unless you specifically need one of these spells that it gets that, and you don't have access to it through other means, it's not very good. Like, Calm Emotions, Plant Growth, are very useful, and they're not available via scroll. So Archfey is a way of getting those effects. But outside of that, it's really struggling to have any value for itself. I'm spiking my growth. Long enough that you can put it into spikes? Relatable.
Like a vandal.
Listen, it's the winter. Oh, the fur coat. It's sensible. Yeah, no complaints from me.
On it.
Some random scientific report. When Mithara falls into the chasm, shoved, shred bridge, she disappears. If you throw, she's there. You can use Thorn Whip to get her body. That's... So the Goblin Camp is just completely a meme now. Like, you can actually just throw everybody. Like, I guess Droraxlin's still the hardest part. Droraxlin? But, like, you could just throw everybody in the camp.
Just need to see your vault pass, please. What?
And for anyone who may have missed it recently, much to my dismay, killing Minthara is back on the table for run optimization, because there's an exploration spot in Moonrise that you can't get if she's alive. So despite her quest being 140 or 145 XP for saving her, the exploration spot, if you get to Moonrise at level 6, is 280. So, rafter push profit, yeah. Minor illusion, drawer up to the rafters, push him. It won't kill him by itself, but it'll put him in a position where you can finish him easily. There's also already, like, a pile of smoke powder barrels in the room, so you can minor illusion him next to those. And then just fire arrow. I guess the play would be minor illusion him up to a place where you can push him so he lands next to the barrels. And then, while he's injured, you fire arrow the barrels. And that'll kill him. He is a barbarian, dex saves he does well on, so the barrels are unlikely to kill him on their own. A chance to lay that exploration spot 1 or 2 levels later. Yeah, if you can level up without going to Moonrise. Yeah. It'll only trigger when you are entering Moonrise Towers. So if you can get to level 7 or 8 before then, you can get a little more out of it. Don't care about his loot tadpole, he's a joke with the cat. Yeah, you can easily just lure him over to the bridge by Minthara and then break it with him on it. Or several other similar things. I think the idea that I'm looking at, say, is having his loot and tadpole. Yeah, that fall damage technically registered in the game is bludgeoning damage. One tap the Minotaur in the Underdark, it's bludgeoning weak to snacking off the top that ladder with Thunderwave. Yeah, it's a good answer. This will be a sled board fight, I think. Also another Spirit Guardians fight. The 5th level one.
It's still...
Automod didn't like finger in Narclos. You managed to lower my AC that much. I have a negative dex modifier, and I had a dinosaur spit on me.
Yep.
Enough. Now come.
-1 from dex, -5 from corrosive spit. Dr. Kaylee used the spot to teach me you can technically shoot invisible targets by shooting through them manually with arrows. Here's another trick, Druid. So if you have your bow out, you right-click someone, you can click ranged attack on them from up here, even if they're invisible. Your character will just aimbot them. But that's cheating. Did dinosaur spit on you? What other dark fetishes are you hiding? Oh, I'm not hiding. But you think he's being too open. I forgot to dash for my lightning charges. Whoopsie. I think I hit everyone once. Ballists do have Aura of Murder, so I am actually neutral on the physical damage here. And they can crit me, so let's see what happens. I could get punished here. Not weird to ask a 40-year-old goth girl to spit on your chat, totally fine. I'm glad you agree. Your spell is in bottom bar, imagine it's your character sheet in tabletop. There it is. You gonna hit me too? No? Yeah, I had disadvantage thanks to the Resonance Stone. Which I guess I should have left at home, but not really worried. Or murder doesn't bring it down to neutral if I recall correctly. It's supposed to. But I guess we'll see. Is their Aura of Murder only non-magical or something? Oh, unless they're resistant or immune? I know it says that, but like... That's not how it works for player Aura of Murder. Like, you can use player Aura of Murder to, take Steel Watchers down to neutral. And I would assume it's the same ability, but that's an assumption. A 40-year-old goth girl's willing to spit on you, nothing's wrong in your life ever. And, you know, I need to apologize here. It's a 40-year-old goth woman. Maturity here. But, like, a mature goth lady to spit. That's gonna get clipped. Yeah, hashtag ally. Bro really stuck a lightning bolt on ballists. Genuinely impressive. Oh hey, I got slowed, so my AC even lower. Yeah, okay. Rox is right. Aura of Murder didn't take it down to neutral here. Good to know. Not how player Aura of Murder works, but it's good to know that that's an exception. Well, all women ranging from DJ Shard to Lunite Shard. I've had to strip the armor persistence to convince Ballas to break Sanctuary too many times. Like, oh, Shadowheart spent exactly 2 weeks out of her cloister meets Tavern House, and her first thought was you, me, the Bearman, Eiffel Tower. I mean, culturally, Sharans, she mentions a couple of times, they are very into, being physically liberated with each other. So, checks out. Allison's only personality trait is likes to fuck. And her type is canonically muscly people. She has the same responses to first meeting Karlach and first meeting Halsin. Replenish those ranks. Yeah, they do certainly have a lot of turnover. Max reaction meeting Ellie. It's been long enough, I don't remember it. Please enlighten. Eiffel Towering Shard is called Double Guardian of Faith. Yeah, you win, Danny. You win. Well done. I'm gonna try to save this guy. Cutting words and shield. Oh, and he still gets hit on the next one. Bro got hit by a 7. Yeah, no, you deserved it. Admirable heft, right, I remember that now. Don't have a line of sight. Just Firebolt. I have bad dexterity, so I'm opting for Firebolt rather than shooting my bow. It still does pretty good damage. 3d10, and then I have Rhapsody for +3. Admiral Heft. Yep. Yeah, that's the line. Candy May's got the line for you there. Admiral Heft was my nickname in college. Go on. So, like, did they get through Agathis? No, not even close. We've taken 6 damage so far. You're over there. Hey, Julius. You work much at the moment? Upload streaming sessions? Yes, I do. The second YouTube channel in that command right there is my VODs channel. It's just unedited stream archive. Every stream I've done since 2022 is there. I do like how my primary damage in this build is from getting hit and from moving.
Looks like footprints from the sewers.
Elegant Studded Leather is a great armor, very underrated. It's statistically identical to Ballast armor, except you swap out the Aura of Murder for this advantage on stealth and cast of shield. And it being statistically identical to Ballast armor is very relevant because it is a 14 AC light armor, meaning you add your full dex mod. So, like, let's say you had 20 dex. Yeah, you're running around at 19 AC off of this thing. That's heavy armor levels. And you also get 2 initiative. Wish you a fun day. Thank you for your content. Really appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Happy to help out. Did I call the week? Yeah. What about it were you curious about, Trade? Like, it didn't get Rhapsody, so I think it is the damage of the person you blast. But the combat log is lying and saying it's mine, because it's my call to weak, but it's theirs. Your channel's last upload was 2 years ago. I don't do edited content. Is it not just called the Quararchive? Because you're smarter than me. Trident of the Waves is interesting. On hit, create a water surface centered around the target. It does immediately make people wet on contact. Alright, there's only one emote that's appropriate for that. Quag makes people wet on contact. Yeah, it's tears from wondering why I'm like this.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yeah, what do you want? That water apply when thrown? It does not. Is there a Kevin near me? There's a Kevin near me. There's Kevin right here. Hey Nico, how are you? What's up? I guess there is a case for Defender Flail in this setup. I was considering putting it away, but I'm not going to now. How close to Thievery can go. Still have the Crooked Wand. Wonder what would happen if I put that in Orin's inventory. There's no way she would prioritize it, and she wouldn't hurt herself because she has evasion. But it's still a funny thought. I don't think I have keys to any of these. And I don't really need any of the stuff in these. Oh yeah, that's Alma's. Right. Alma can't come to the phone right now. Chat, why do I have to carry so many items? Why am I this way? Alma from Fear? No, Alma. Spirit Guardians for Magical Secrets? Yes. Spirit Guardians, Contagion, X, and Conjure Elemental are all from Magical Secrets.
Breeze must be blowing inland today, bringing in the stench of the foundry. Belching smoke and metal screeches.
Contagion? Contagion. I walked too far. On save. Yeah. Never tried it. So Flesh Rot makes them take double damage from everything. Mind Fire makes them attack their allies. Slimy Doom makes them get stunned every time they take damage. Yeah, Contagion's really good. And it's only hostile if you miss. Or if you target it at certain plot critical characters. Slimy Doom's also a hilarious name. You're not wrong. I don't actually want lighting charges for this. I do want psionic movement. back in Gith shape.
Steady.
Up and in.
I can taste.
Right.
Doesn't matter that you saved, it's an action refresh. Heat metal there. Only 55% chance to land that. No, yeah, gnomes have advantage on mental safes. So Resonance Zone is forcing it to neutral. She has good mental stats. Good for you. Hey Drew, how are you? Was my portrait Lae'zel? Because I disguised as Lae'zel. Functionally the same as disguising as a generic Gith Yankee, I just have a mod that lets me disguise as other things. No mechanical benefit. Just cool. Alright, I shouldn't have had non-lethal on for you. Fine. Cumber, do I care? Guess I care a little. I'll still hold my money. Lethal. Knocked himself out in one hit.
Get rid of him. Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us.
Best way to min-max 1 wizard, 11 sorcerer. Depends on what your goal is. Those classes and that class combination can do a lot of things. Were there any particular spells you plan on focusing on? So yeah, we made Minsk hit himself for that much because he hit us with 1 damage.
But nonetheless. He says we will join with you.
A fair mix of damage utility, a heavier damage-based character. So I would say in that instance, if you are looking to build that way, pick a damage type, like an element, like say fire or cold or lightning, and then pick an equivalent draconic bloodline there. So that you add, once you hit sorcerer level 6, you add your charisma modifier to the damage rolls of all spells of that damage type. I'm a big fan of fire, and go draconic bloodline, so that you can click a ton of scorching rays, and then each individual scorching ray will get your charisma mod. So let's say you have 20 charisma, that's 5 extra damage, just independent of dice rolls, on each ray. But you know why Magic Missile is good? Because you do a lot of hits of consistent damage. It's always going to do something. No attack rolls involved with that, but by the time you get to Act 3, you have a ton of accuracy. So you can kind of treat Scorching Ray as a much higher damage Magic Missile. Oh, Draconic Sorcerer buffs on character level, not sorcerer level? Nope, it's sorcerer level. If it was character level, you would see a lot more, like, 1 sorcerer dips. People dip 1 sorcerer for the, saving throw proficiencies, or for Armor of Agathis, typically. If you got more than that, it would be probably the most common 1-level dip for casters. At least, to me. But yeah, other advantages of having the 1 wizard level, you can scribe whatever scroll that can be scribed that you want, giving you access to spells that a sorcerer might not normally have access to, but also just giving you access to a wide arsenal. Going that route at the moment, you'd recommend 1 wizard and full sorcerer? Yeah. I would also recommend playing a race that gives you light armor proficiency, or medium armor proficiency, or shield proficiency. So that means humans and half-elves get both light armor and shield. Githyanki and shield dwarves get medium armor. That's so you can pick up items that have critical hit immunity. And I'm a big fan of the moderately armored feat, which requires light armor proficiency to take, but it gives you your choice of +1 to strength or dex, and it gives you both medium armor and shield proficiency on a scale from the last class you multiclass. So your spellcasting modifier for things that are not from a specific class or spellbook will go off of the last casting class that you put level 1 into. So what this means is, for this multiclass right now, let's assume... Okay, so I started Sorcerer, so my spellcasting stat starts as Charisma. Then I took a Cleric level. While I was level 2, my default stat was Wisdom. But then when I took Bard again, it went back to Charisma, because that's the most recent casting class that I took level 1 in. There are exceptions to this. Fighter and Rogue will not change your casting stat unless you take their casting subclass. So adding a Fighter level doesn't change it. Adding a Rogue level doesn't change it. If I took Eldritch Knight or Arcane Trickster, it changes to Intelligence. Barbarian changes you to Charisma, even though they're not a caster. Monk is not technically a caster, but it changes to Wisdom. Start Wizard, switch to Sorcerer, scribe scroll after that, does it become Charisma? No, because spell scribing is a wizard class feature. Hey, Woodsy. So anything you scribe with your wizard features is Intelligence. Anything you cast from your wizard spellbook, Intelligence. Just like how, with my current multiclass, anything I cast from my Cleric spellbook here, Wisdom. Despite the fact that my default stat is Charisma. Why not just do pure Sorcerer? Because Sorcerers can't scribe scrolls. Wizards can scribe scrolls. The value you get for doing pure Sorcerer is 1 extra feat over the 11-1 split, and depending on your setup, that could be good, but if you want a wider arsenal, then 1 wizard is a good choice. Scribe anything but shovel? Yes, and don't scribe shovel. If you scribe shovel, you have to have that spell prepared in a slot to be able to use it, rather than just having it as a class action on your bar. Not being able to scribe a scroll as a sorcerer has not been a drawback for me, though, to be honest. I feel way more powerful as a sorcerer. That's just wrong, because there's nothing that sorcerer gets in terms of... So, like, Artistry of War. You know the super magic missile? Everyone can only use that once, except wizards, or anyone who takes one dip in wizard. You can just use it every short rest by scribing it. You just have that. Like, any casting setup where you take 11 levels of your class and then 1 level of wizard, you can just have that. You can have the diva from the other scroll in Sorcerer's Sundries. You can learn Conjure Elemental and then summon a Myrmidon. You can learn Animate Dead and then upcast that to get 3 Flying Ghouls. It's the value of scroll scribing, which is very high. Oh, the feelings versus logic sorcerers feel nice because natural talent. Well, you can still have that because a level 12 sorcerer is not stronger than a level 11 sorcerer, with the exception of having access to 1 extra feat. That is the only thing that changes. They are otherwise completely identical. So you don't really lose any power by doing the 11-1 split unless that feat was something vital for your setup, which it's unlikely to be. Can you see your spellcasting attribute? Is it the star? I suppose it is. Yeah. So like the ones with the hexagon around are the skills that you have, or the attributes, excuse me, that you have saving throw proficiency in. And then the star will be your casting stat, I guess. But for martial classes, it doesn't, like, it'll show your physical stat that it intends for you to use. It's not always actionable. Not sure scribing shovel even works properly since patch 6 that the spell disappear after first cast for it to the dialogue of the spell. Huh, weird. Hey Zenwu, how are you? It's an emotional thing though. Sorcerer feels sassy, naturally powerful. Wizards gotta use books like nerds. During a discussion on game mechanics, I tend to speak on mechanics rather than things like that. So let's put that way. Gutted drawer, if you know what I mean. Nice. Did you find a consistent spot for that? Mechanic value does not always equal lore RP value. Right. Sometimes you want flavor, which is totally understandable. I don't see a hell of a lot of value in taking that last level in sorcerer aside from the feat. You get a feat and 1 more sorcery point. That's it. Sorcerer does not have level 12 class features. Some classes do. Here, let me actually pull up the wiki and we can go through this. Fact checking myself here. Yeah, sorcerer does not have any class features at level 12. Some classes do. Warlock gets an invocation that opens up at 12. Life Drinker, which is a very good one. It's Aura of Hate, but not bad. Barbarians get an extra Rage Charge, which is actually a relevant thing to get. Fighters and Rogues get their 4th feat. Which is notable because other classes get 3 total pure class. They get 4. Back to level 7 question. Welcome back, Drew. Need to be level 7 to start to feel the improved damage from fire casting, yeah? Yeah. Because if you're taking that wizard level, it'll delay your Draconic Bloodline boost until 7. So at that point, you don't really need to... Like, you have no reason to commit to a certain damage type, because they'll all hit the same. Just use what's correct for the situation. Once you get that Draconic Bloodline boost going, then you'll end up in situations where even clicking a Scorching Ray, hitting someone, like, neutrally, could end up being a more favorable outcome than, say, a Wet Shocking Grasp in certain situations. The waters get muddy once you get enough damage floor on things. Like, I did a run where I clicked Scorching Ray at Steel Watchers. They have fire resistance. I wasn't removing their fire resistance. I just didn't care because of how much damage floor I had. Charisma is very powerful overall, I think. Of the mental stats, it's cleanly the strongest one in this game. Cleanly. Rangers technically had a 4th level 3 spell slot of 12. That's worth noting. That is worth noting. Concentration seems to be the other limiting factor. Still debating if we want level 5 to eventually concentrate a haste or magic missile. You have a preference, save Ranger 5 with Cleric and Wizard. Haste or Spirit Guardians. If it's a choice between Haste and Spirit Guardians, I'm always picking Spirit Guardians, because concentrating on Haste is something I'm only willing to do if I am not allowed to do damage. So I did it a lot with Twin Spell, Haste Concentration, so I could buff up 2 summons while I just kind of sat there. And the Pacifist Heroes run. But concentrating on Haste is incredibly inefficient and risky, because if you lose your concentration, then whoever you were targeting that at just doesn't get a turn. And while you can have good concentration, why risk it in a game where you have Speed Pots, Haste Spore Grenades, Terra Azul, which all achieve the same thing with no downside. Situationally useful, like Iron Throne, I've used it. So the thing I was saying before you typed that, of there are other things that achieve the same effect without the downside, they're still there. That does not mean a use case for haste. That means the other thing is still there and better. Hello from the airport. Hey, Irish. Safe travels. Hope things are going smoothly. Ranger level 3 spell's not really that good, though. Yeah, that's just not true. Lightning Arrow is Baby Chain Lightning. It's very strong. Very strong. Conjure Barrage is also highly customizable. Conjure Barrage does your weapon damage. It gets your damage riders. It does the damage type of your weapon, meaning if you had, say, the Shadow Blade equipped, then you would do a psychic damage Conjure Barrage. And you could run around doing that with the Resonant Stone, with Brain Drain Gloves to apply Mental Fatigue. You could do that with Nair Misser to do a force damage Conjure Barrage against frozen targets to hit that on their vuln, or to hit things without worrying about resistances. You could do Piercing Damage Weapon with Ballast Armor. Very strong. And then, yeah, Daylight is also very, very good for fighting Cazador, which a lot of people do at level 12. You have Upcast of Hail of Thorns. Having an extra slot for another Ensnaring Strike if you're building it to that is good. Monk gets another key point at 12. Yeah, that's a reason for that, especially because Monk does have good features at 10 and 11. I tend to prefer cutting my Monk levels off at 10 or 9, but there's merit to going 12. I want to get Rat Bat Cheese on top of it. I'm not actually sure about that Mick and Balls. I still need to test that. I'm completely unsure about Rat Bat Conjure Barrage. Hey, Umbral Effigy. How you doing? Well, your main type, it gets the main type, and then it gets the damage riders, like Sacred Stars damage and stuff. Irish, yeah. It does get those things. So level 11 or level 12 Ranger Beastmaster Spider Summon gets the ranged Spider Spit attack. Beastmaster features cap out at 11. Trying to think of a fight to do now. Interesting fight to do, I should say. I could go deal with Leroican, I guess. Yeah, let's do it. Class, do you think benefits the least going all the way to 12? Paladin. Paladin level 11 situationally nerfs your character with a feature you can't disable. It should absolutely be a toggle, Mick and Balls, yeah. You're going level 11 Beastmaster, do you recommend one class dip and something else to go for the feed? It depends on what you want your character doing while the pets are doing their thing, Dade. I like 12 Beastmaster, because getting that extra spell slot isn't terrible. But having the extra feat is nice too. Because by that point, you're already pretty well entrenched into what you're doing, and I can't think of a one-level dip that does too much that's valuable. You could make a pretty okay case for a cleric dip if you want to pick up Sanctuary to keep yourself or one of your summons safe in like an off turn or something. That's not the worst thing you could be doing. How improved Divine Smite bad? Because it's bonus radiant damage that you can't turn off. Let's look at some enemies in Act 3. The entire House of Hope, you take damage if you do radiant damage. Raphael, you hit him with radiant damage, he retorts with necrotic damage, and stuns you, and rips your soul out, which doesn't actually kill you, but it gives you a bunch of nasty debuffs until you do something about it. Viconia and 3 of the Sharans guarding the entrance to the House of Grief all have Radiant Retort, which means you hit them with radiant damage, you take double that back. So if you were to say, crit someone with a regular-ass melee attack, they have Radiant Retort, you are hitting yourself for, let's say that improved Divine Smite damage max rolled. You are hitting yourself for 32 damage. Just a regular old bonk. Assuming you didn't use your Divine Smite. If you use that, you're hitting yourself even harder. Radiant Retort's such a BS mechanic? No, it isn't. Read enemies. It's not a BS mechanic. It's present on literally 4 enemies in the entirety of Act 3, and then Fleeting Protection is a completely different mechanic in the House of Hope. If Radiant Retort has ever gotten you, you deserved it. Full stop. This applies for times where I've gotten myself with Radiant Retort as well. It is a you touched the hot stove and got burned mechanic. Who else have it? Does Viconia? Yes. Viconia has a bunch of meat features. Know how it works, don't have to like it. What you said is that it's a BS mechanic. It's not. In what way is it a BS mechanic? That's a different thing from, I don't like it.
I see no. And the Night Song dead.
My name's in Act 2 also have Radiant Retort. Yes. The undead Sharans that are literally all optional enemies, and also you can just not click radiant damage at them. I think it feels BS, I think, on a personal level, but what does that mean? What does that mean? Dumb thought it was just an extra D8 on the smites, didn't realize that was all attacks. No, you're not dumb, call me Sal. Like, it should be that. Or it at least should be a toggle. Or it should be named differently. Like, it's improved Divine Smite, and it has nothing to do with Divine Smite. That's weird. I think your assumption's a reasonable one. Never fought Viconia. Need to do a Shadow Hearts quest in this round. Definitely gonna have to do some science in a non-honor file. I would recommend, and people have different strategies on this, I would recommend not doing the heart form mapping, or at least if you do, make sure whoever does it is not the one who's damaging Viconia. Also recommend going in with high initiative, lots of AoEs, and make sure to use the terrain. Ever used level 11 Draconic Sorcerer Flight? No, but in a no tadpole run it has value. It's like calling a weapon the Eldritch Blaster, but it makes Umbral Missile do more force damage. Exactly like that. Generally don't like fights that give specific types of builds completely. There are 0 builds that are completely gimped by Radiant Retort. Except for Paladin, because level 11 Paladin is dogshit. But like, let's look at Act 2 Radiant Retort. So, the fun thing about Cleric, which is the class that has radiant damage that you're probably thinking of, other than Paladin, which, you know, again, Paladin is a bad class. Spirit Guardians, you have the option to choose necrotic damage. It doesn't have to be radiant. Destructive Wave, you have the option to choose necrotic damage. It doesn't have to be radiant. You don't have to click Guiding Bolt, you can click anything else. Radiance of the Dawn, that becomes a lethal thing to click there, but like, just don't click it. There are some fights where some things can't be clicked. You know, Grim, even after you superheat him, there's some damage types that aren't going to fly there. You can't use fire against Raphael. Like, that's just a natural part of game mechanics. But fun thing, one of the most powerful tools, and Say loves this, for dealing with those Justice Years, just click Moonbeam. Moonbeam doesn't count as you, so you get to exploit all of those Sharans having Radiant vulnerability, and they try to do their Radiant Retort to the Moonbeam itself, not to you. So you could just click a Moonbeam and start hitting people for 50 damage per tick, and Moonbeam ticks twice, once when you place it, once when they start their turn. And you can just kill everything with no consequence. Radiant Retort is far from a factor. The only time it is if you grab Morning Lord's Radiance and are not paying attention to what you're using, or if you are doing like an only Sacred Flame run or something, or if you're insistent on throwing Holy Water, or if you forget to take off Callous Glow Ring, but like all of those are player issue. Yeah, I did use fire versus Raphael, as Rock's mentioning. I did kill Raphael with fire, but... common sense, you wouldn't use a fireball on a fire golem, unless you're a wizard doing only fireballs. Who throw holy water at Dark Justiciar? It would have to be an idiot. Get the clip. Get the clip. Playing a 6-6 Sorkaden in a run, it feels fine if I spend the time to prep a crap ton of extra spell slots at the start of each day. Exactly that. You're using Sorcerer to give yourself unlimited resources, removing one of the main drawbacks of Paladin. That's why that's a good multi-class. I don't have an angle. I'll just do this. Okay, bye. Crushing it? No, you did. Appreciate you. Moth's Tower, you sure can. Tuning in here, Common Cleric W. Yeah, Sayo. It's Hex. Put on you. Countercharm. Wonder if we roll the Myrmidon next to Lurok and Lurok can retort that Myrmidon. That's such a good idea. Actually hit me with explosive icicle. Right, I have bad AC intentionally. Ranged attacks are kind of a concern. And I'll command halt. Favorite class is Thief and Monk with Druid, so I can do the beatdown and everything. It's a good multi-class combo. I'm a big fan of Druid Monk too. I haven't been taking Thief Monk much recently, just because I really like getting those 9 levels of Monk for the big martial arts die, because it applies to weapons too. I'm gonna go take a nap, have fun on Bald, everyone drink water. Good call. Sounds good, Druid. See you later, buddy. Not of an angle to push you. Guess not. Reply Hex here. Oh yeah, Force Conduit. You want to stand there, Craig? Why didn't Roland come up? Roland? Is he trying to go to where Leroican is? I see him in the combat log there. Did I take 6 Tempest Cleric? No. 1. Where's Roland? Huh. just someone makes a mod for Baldur's Gate 3 to make Elden Ring story. You can play it in Baldur's Gate engine. Pretty fun. No, keep my candy and gates separate. So the beautiful thing about fan-made mods like that is that you can let other people enjoy things instead of saying, no, that shouldn't exist. No for me, and that's valid. Everyone has preferences. So, I don't know where Roland is. Like, did he die? Did he actually spawn down in the chasm there? Like, I'm a little confused. I have a theory. What do you think, in trade? The piercing chasm seems to be a reaction. Made Minthara slip on ice, fall into chasm by destroying the bridge. She didn't disappear. So the thing that makes corpses actually go away is them being unable to react. Is that why it works with throwing? Because they're prone from the impact? So they can't take reactions? So I thought to try it? Yeah, good call.
What's that?
Baldur's Gate 3 with the Skyrim mod. Which Skyrim mod are you thinking? Or, like, do you mean going through Skyrim's story in BG3? Because then, people might actually do Skyrim's main story. Ayo! Technically counts as restrained. Hold person, entangled, and webbed. I believe those are the only things that count as restrained. Ensnaring shot. Yeah. So ensnaring strike, hold person. No, hold person doesn't count. That's a paralysis effect. It's not hold person. Sharpen Snare Curve is kind of good. No, it's kind of bad because it's only very specific things. It's not bad for the, like, exotic material thing, but it's in the same act as Yuan-Ti Scale Mail, which is an actually good exotic material armor. Does a Bard's Entangle? Yes. So it should work on that. There's a lot of very similar conditions to each other that only have some very arbitrary distinctions under the hood. So, grain of salt on whether Avard's Black Tentacles will work there, but I believe it should. See? Books are worth reading. Karlak said it. Now I just need to convince her that I'm a book so she can spread me open and turn my pages. You know, the books I read electronic still counts. Still counts. Missed that episode of Reading Rainbow. It was an eventful one. Yeah, Candy May. You can use a regular Thorn Whip. Sorrow just gives you a version of Thorn Whip that you can cast as a bonus action. Any uses we outline for Sorrow you can do with regular Thorn Whip. It's just that Sorrow has access to that spell without having to, actually know it. Today's book, kids, is a treatise on soul coins. What am I using for take all? Spacebar. Right? Spacebar. I don't really think about it. Yeah, I had to actively think while doing it. Spacebar. That does Sorrow from Thorn Whip use? Your spellcasting modifier, so whatever it is. If you are a wizard, it'll be intelligence. If you're a barbarian, it'll be charisma. How do you quickly select all? I don't really. I should, but I don't. Work like scrolls? Yes. Scrolls and gear. Morning Frost, Ray of Frost is the same way, for example. Based on last level 1 dip. It's a little more complicated than that. It's based on last level 1 class that is not a fighter or an Eldritch Knight, or excuse me, a fighter or a rogue, unless those fighter or rogue levels took Eldritch Knight or Arcane Trickster. Do a collab of franchises, no restrictions, what would you make? Baldur's Gate and Hades. I guess we would need to put like a KY collab in there because people would absolutely rub their shit raw. Monk or Barb? Monk is Wisdom, Barb is Charisma. And they do change your spellcasting stat. I won in a circle. I'm smart sometimes. Am I doing it again? Yes, I am. I need to go Abjuration. Not thinking. Sorrow's Thorn is bonus action too good for starting fights to give you your action. Yep. Blade Ward, Sorrow, Thorn Whip is what I used a fair amount in the early game of my level 1 Warlock run. Because it lets you sit there tanky, and you're still doing good damage. Uniquely, unlike most other cantrips, Sorrow does actually scale its damage with your spellcasting modifier, not just accuracy. Like, this Firebolt here, this does not scale damage-wise with my casting stat at all. Just accuracy. The reason why Draconic Bloodline and Agonizing Blast and Empowered Evocation are all good is because they enable that feature of you add your spellcasting modifier as damage. Sorrowful Lash has that already. How does Blade Ward start a fight? If you go near someone who's hostile while sneaking, you click Blade Ward, it breaks your hiding. Doesn't work with Potent Robe. I've never tried to use Sorrowful Lash with Potent Robe, so I wouldn't actually know. How crazy the Potent Robe improves damage, not just accuracy, right? For Charisma anyway. I mean, it doesn't improve accuracy at all. It's specifically for the damage. Yes, that's what it does. It adds your Charisma mod as damage to your cantrips. Too much weight here. Still too much, but we have a bunch of stuff I can sell now. I want to do that so I can fund the last of the items from a Vazigal I'd like to purchase, and the Blessed Statue. Really maximize cantrips with Warlock, Sorcerer, Bard, Potent Robe is a way to do that. Other items do that. Elemental Augmentation, I imagine. Yeah. Only if it's a condition. No, Elemental Augmentation works on the stuff it lists. I have a copy, right? When one of your cantrips deals Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, or Thunder, add your spellcasting modifier to damage dealt. So we don't currently have any Thunder damage cantrips in the game. You can ignore that, but this works on Acid Splash, Ray of Frost, Firebolt, Shock and Grasp. Produce Flame as well for fire. Pick that up without reading it. Can we get a Thunder cantrip? I would love one. Yeah, the necklace won't work for Vicious Mockery because it's not any of those listed damage types. Where's that Thunder cantrip? I hope we get one in patch 8. That would be very nice. Potent Robe does work on Vicious Mockery, yeah. Very specific question. Is doing my very first Bard playthrough literally now. Yeah, no, it's a good question. Vicious Mockery is an interesting cantrip. It is kind of really terrible in the early game because it's a d4 of damage. And like every other cantrip, it scales up at levels 5 and 10. So at level 10, it's 3d4, which in a vacuum, also not super compelling. But we have Resonance Stone at this point in the game, so we can impose vulnerability and disadvantage on the saving throw. So really, the target here has to roll twice against my spell save DC to succeed, and then they take 3d4 times 2. And that's without other damage boosts, such as Rhapsody increasing the difficulty class on the save by 3 and increasing the damage by 3. You could have Potent Robe to add your Charisma mod to the damage. You can get Vicious Mockery to do some very good damage, and Potent Robe is one of the most impactful pieces when boosting Vicious Mockery damage. Hey, Viper.
If you're a city official here to collect, you are not Mr. Marvin Hudd, the collections officer assigned to this establishment.
So, I don't think the game knows where Roland is. I'm doing well.
How else can I help you today? Feast your eyes.
Yeah, the game has no idea where Roland is right now. "16 Charisma UI says Sorrowful Ash 4 to 7, you do 1d4 plus 6. Yeah, so it's it doesn't update the card visually, but it does work. Pulling in the deep. Nice. Swords Bard kind of OP. Level 6 just kind of deleting things. Yeah, Bard hits a pretty big power spike with their subclass at 3, and then you get a feat at 4, then their Bardic Inspiration come back on a short rest at 5, and then at 6, Valor and Swords get extra attack. So levels 3 through 6, Bard is scaling up their power at a rate that very few other classes are. And yeah, at 5 they get 3rd level spells, at 6 they get Countercharm. Like, that pocket of levels for Bard is a huge upward slope. Yeah, so I guess pushing Leroican off the edge like that just causes Roland to disappear. That was an accident. But good to know. Anything improve Thorn Whip besides Potent Robe? Imposing Piercing Vuln, I guess. It's a piercing damage cantrip. Then you got the usual stuff that applies to everything. Gaping Wounds, Formless Slaughter, Scarlet Remittance. You only have 18 Dexterity and 16 Charisma, you're going to tell me don't need to use ASI to get 18 Charisma? No, you never need to use ASI because it's a bad feat. ASI is what you take when you don't want to think of things that would be mechanically impactful for your build.
You're sure to find what you're looking for.
Remember, taking ASI is +1 to your attack rolls for the associated stat, +1 to your damage rolls for the associated stat if you have something that is scaling that. So if you have Potent Robe, for example, that it'll be 1 more cantrip damage. Dual Wielder, I would absolutely say Dual Wielder is more worthwhile than ASI. There's also the likes of Alert. There's Moderately Armored, even Heavily Armored, Heavy Armor Master, Shield Master, Mobile, Athlete, Tough. Those are feats that are good on like every build. So 2 feats coming? Yeah, but you're worried about now. Taking a low power feat when you are at low character power is staying at low character power when you could take a feat that puts you to high power. Tough's kind of crazy. It is. It's one of those things that doesn't get mentioned a lot, but Think about the impact of that. Tough at level 12 is a lot of HP. Even tough at level 4, keep in mind the amount of damage things are doing at that point in time. That's a lot. He's cowering because the guild fight is happening. Okay. Guess I have to go over there and resolve that. How much is tough? Yeah, 2 times character level.
Take your pick.
So 2 per level, I should say. I usually feel like I need heavy armor, especially since I crank out damage. Then why is the primary question you ask here how to survive better? Heavy armor is a great tool for surviving better. Hey Houdini, thank you for the prime in the 2 months. Much appreciated.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag XP.
Quag XP! Getting all the XP. Even though we don't need it, just because murder for profit or XP is the way challenge runners play this game. It's really fucked up if you think about it too hard, so let's not. Need a D&D stuff, need to make a one-shot. I have like a day to do it. Are you DMing, or are you making something for someone else's one-shot? The XPs get to level 20? True. DMing for 6 players? Oh yeah, get to work. Viper, what are you doing? Classic DM move, just having sexy goblins scribbled on a notepad and ad-lib the rest. The story of Grandma's boy with stuff changed. I love it. When did I get wet? I got wet at some point.
Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Or
Happens. I suppose it does. I do kick the
did you
vibe.
want something? If not, do you know what this entails? Well, of course you do. But I don't want that for myself.
Yeah, you do.
Light.
Go on. Don't.
A coldness seeps through your veins as the tadpole awakens. Its yearning, the tadpole's essence courses through you. Where it touches, your flesh, glands, organs contract and flood with pure thought.
Awakening the power of panties.
Different.
Yes, sir.
My faith protects me.
have access to calm motions on my bard. Yeah, you can learn it.
Did you want something?
If you're sure.
You.
We could heal a bit more.
Uh-huh.
Like mobility a lot, it's generally harder. You have to actually think about using it properly every turn. I think if you are going to have a lot of one aspect of like a resource pool to have in this game, whether it's a lot of actions, bonus actions, you know, let's say you have a choice between getting +5 accuracy or +5 initiative or 5 meters of movement speed, one more action, one more bonus action, reasonable amounts of everything. Movement speed usually wins for me, because you can use that to either apply your other things more effectively. For example, if you're a melee character with a bunch of attacks but not enough movement to make it to all the enemies, what's the fucking point? Movement speed is good. You can use it offensively, you can use it defensively, you can use it when you're not sure what's going to happen. You could use it to run away if you've bitten off more than you could chew. I'm a fan of movement speed. It's not always the optimal answer, but having more movement speed is never a bad thing. Except, I guess, if you're playing with a party and someone hits you with confusion and then you need to run to hit the other person and you run out of movement speed, like, I don't know, something like that. But having more movement speed is good.
No time. Good. Come on then.
Can I be her 10th finger, please? Please? If you're hearing me, streamer chat, no, I'm playing 20 questions here. There's a reason I have the questions welcome tag on my stream, Candyman. More good mobile attacks other than Rush and Diving Strike. So you get a Barbarian charge, the Elk charge, for having the Mighty Cloth equipped. That's an option. This is Brutal Leap, but it's Brutal Leap is great, actually. Say it goes off of spell save DC, and it does not break Sanctuary or Invisibility. It doesn't do damage, but it's an AoE prone based on your spell save DC. And it's not fixed DC. The dash tech you use, hit it quickly in succession, enter turn based on its dash stack multiple times for that first turn. The effective dash can stack up to 3 times. If you want extra movement speed at the start of a fight, you can preemptively dash. You can do the same thing with disengage if you want to start with the effective disengage on a lot of other things. Yeah, I guess Shadow Strike also counts. Dash attack and hand crossbows. It's not an actual mobility thing. It's just a shot you can only do after you've dashed in that turn. It doesn't move you or anything. By face. Mobile flourish, yeah. Yeah, that's the teleporting one. The Wrath of the Storm, I see. Yep. 1 level Tempest Cleric here. Mostly for the armor proficiencies, but not seen Mobile Flourish used much. It's because most Swordsbard players are like, hey, I have Slashing Flourish, I don't need anything else. But Mobile Flourish is an unconditional push. Like, if the attack hits, they get pushed. So you can just do that to Bernard, and it sends him far enough for him to actually die from the attack damage plus the fall. You just go one-shot Bernard easily. It's just the Swordsbard Flourishes are so good that no one clicks that one. Which Bard am I? Lore Bard. Guess the only problem is running out of charges quick. They come back on short rest as a level 5. So, not too bad. Song of Rest does come back on region travel, so there's that. But even if without that, Bards get 3 short rests a day. The gloves that give you a Bardic Inspiration and 1 AC, if you re-equip those after you've already... Like, you can re-equip them and it'll give you a Bardic Inspiration again. It won't refill, but its property of granting you 1 doesn't have a cooldown. So if you run out all of yours for the day, then you can just equip the gloves again to have 1. And then after that combat, equip them again and you'll have 1. Ready to bargain my way through the Githyanki Rush. Go to make them all drop their weapons. Revenge for them doing it to me. So that they have bound weapons. Not a single one of them has bound weapons. Disarming Githyanki is incredibly powerful as a strategy. Because they can't parry anymore, and their features are mostly all in their weapon damage. You got the guys who can do the psychic damage cantrip, and the Gish can do hold person, but like almost all of those Gith cease to be a threat once you disarm them. Bound weapons. Very few enemies in the entire game are immune to being disarmed. I can only think of certain summoned creatures, and then Orin and Gortash. Ketheric isn't even immune. I don't know if Saravok is immune or not, I can't remember. You disarm someone, do they prioritize using their next action to pick the weapon back up? You don't pick it up first? Depends on the circumstances. They sometimes do.
So what are you having?
Region Travel Song of Rest is also broken for another reason, say, you know how some things will, like, come back for a little bit on region travel that are on a short rest cooldown? Well, since Song of Rest counts as a full, like, actual short rest, it will restore things that are on a short rest cooldown, and they'll actually stay restored.
Back again?
Hey, Aragorn Kisser, how are you?
Read it when I see one. What'll it be?
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Anyway.
Ketherick's been a victim of thievery many times, it's true. I did put Blurg in the bazaar. I'm so lucky my first Bard run lined up through Bardlach run, so many things to steal and use. The best thing you can do around a Theory Crafter or a Challenge Runner is adopt strategies and interactions and such. Wait, did I move Blurg? No, I did move Blurg. I just didn't see him? No, I forgot I moved Blurg.
Tadpoles, naturally. The Underdark provided us with some
ADHD brain.
unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
So this money I have right now isn't even all of my money, because Alson has like 15k. Wish I could remember half the stuff you do. Irish, I forgot that I put Blurg there. My memory is very selective. It is the ADHD brain. I retain a lot of meaningless details. I don't even need to remember everything. I mean, that's true. I have a lot of wiki tabs open, too. I frequently fact-check myself during stream. Creating new marketplaces or next to Ball temples. I'm all about the economy, Sora. I take ADHD meds. I am unmedicated for mine because I had a couple bad experiences with side effects immediately following my diagnosis when I was a teenager. And I was like, I'd rather just not. Quirk about me is I don't like taking medications, just like anything. Even Tylenol. Getting me to take a fucking Tylenol is an uphill battle. I just don't like taking things.
You shall be thrilled and delighted. I know it.
Pause. Now, I'll take people, but not things. Did that clear it up for you?
Need a word.
Clown man. Yes! I has lots of stuff.
Crystal.
Just for you. You are the very best at what you do. I promise.
Placing Quag's medicine into a piece of cheese, like for a dog.
My wife.
I don't know why I always get the naked statue. Well, I do know why. We don't have to talk about it. But it's funny, so. The naked statue.
Let's see.
Yeah, where did you pull that money from? Did you actually just pull that money from Halcyon? Like, why do I still have 6K on me? Huh, he did. Why did he take the money direct? That's weird. Right. Commissioned a naked statue of you, IRL. Where would you put it? On your desk. Did he sell his limbs for all this gold? In this economy, Iggy, like... Is it Piggy or Iggy? That's always bothered me. Because, like, I'll say something, I'll be like, wait, no, am I stupid? I always assumed it was work in progress Iggy, but it could be, like, Wisconsin Piggy. I'm thinking out loud. Not stupid, you're Quag. Fuck you. It's Piggy. Okay, okay, I knew it was one of the two. Thank you, Piggy. Piggy. Yeah, thank you. Am I just flying around? Tadpole powers. Speaking of names, it's fun to come and be in new chat, see what streamers call me. Quag just my favorite ones. It's kind of long. Yeah, if I ever refer to any of you as anything that's like not a preferred nickname, if there's something that's like a real like no don't. Like conventional name example, there's some people named Michael who really don't like being called Mike. Things like that. Please do correct me. It's a respect thing to me. I do want to make sure I refer to you as you wish to be referred. Actually, now that you mentioned it, you have the floor. I don't know why you waited 5 fucking years, Control, but you have the floor. It's no longer Control, it's Start. It's X. Oh no. It was always supposed to be Start X, to be honest. Do you want me to actually, like, switch it up? Because I will. Did mean it. It's not... Okay. You know, like I said, it's a respect thing. And contrary to what I should, I do respect you, Control. It's a character flaw of mine. Why? Had people call me Mr. before, I think it's so funny. I mean, I think that is funny, yeah. Did add capitalization by name after someone kept calling me Dan, probably a skill issue on their part. Like, there is a literacy debuff when you're live, when you're looking at names in the chat, especially certain names, like, depending on what the background for your OBS or your stream manager or whatever is, like, there's that, but then also, I'm just bad at reading names when I'm live. I'm just bad at it. So, yeah, streamers have skill issue with literacy. Totally a thing.
You seek to peruse the special goods, I take it.
Robo Supreme defenses could be useful, I guess. Sure. Why not? More darkness arrows for memes? Sure, why not? Flight scroll in case I need a backup for, Lusociatic movement. Again, why not? We got all this money. Will? Why? Exactly. That's a banter in the game that we're referencing.
Have a look.
Did I miss some lore? Sora and Control? I feel like I missed something there. Fresh lore just born? Ah, gotcha. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, I see the lore. I see it. I see it. This one. Was it this message, Viper? Was it this one? It's okay. I unpinned it. How do I improve 3-minute ramen? Trying to make this a little more yummy. How much time are you willing to spend improving your 3-minute ramen? That's the thing. You could do a lot to it, but it probably takes more than 3 minutes. The big jerk Quag? True. That's cheese, soy sauce, fish sauce, egg. Yeah, you could do a lot of different styles of egg in 3 minutes. You could fry an egg real quick. Spam? Yeah, spam's a good call. Do fried egg sandwich in 5? Yeah. Fried egg is my go-to when I want actual food, but I don't have actual food. Do we make the big stupid dragon delete himself? So here's a question. Do I bring Connor and revive Connor so I can have martial bravery against Answer? by making sure Connor is threatening me. So there's 2 people threatening me. Or 2 enemies. Because Horns of Berserker isn't going to do anything. He can't be steeped in bliss, so psionic movement probably not to play. I think I would want a Helldusk. Callous Glow wouldn't do anything for me either. Bone Spike will get through. Would you say he's John Connor? Boo! Boo! Boo this man. Shade Cloak should work. Ooh, Shade Cloak. Carrying Connor will be challenging, though. I'll need, well, actually, no, I won't have to really carry him. I'm thinking about it. Thinking it seems like a good idea. I think I would want to go in with Universal Res and cycle those rather than using that. So Caustic Band, Gabby Pugilist. What could I put here? Ironic Sleep Fingers? No. I don't think Brain Drain would work there. Is it just this? What helps me in the glove slot? It's gotta be armored, so I keep my AC at 11. Region Traveling got rid of the spit. Still enjoy playing Act 1 after played through so many times? Yeah, I do. Mr. Carrion? What is he carrying? Think he's carrying on? The Black Ops Zombies Easter egg song's gonna be stuck in my head. Well done. Like, part of me wants to go Dex Gloves to improve my saving throws. But, like, I need armor in that slot to lower my AC. I guess maybe if I just make sure. No, I won't be able to have spit on me in that fight. Because it'll be raining. I could just wear Isabel's gloves for +1 to saving throws here. And make it work with the 14 AC. There's still a chance he misses me, though. I don't really want to invite that. Ranged weapon attack. Is Explosive Icicle a ranged weapon attack? It's a ranged attack. It's a ranged attack roll. That isn't a spell. So I would think it's a ranged weapon attack, right? I'll also need to be concentrating on protection from evil and good, I think, for answer. Another streamer yesterday is doing a blue Githyanki monk. It's gonna build around Nightcrawler because of Misty Step. Never thought of that build. I've heard that mentioned a couple times, but it's a cool concept. I can see why it's so popular. Maybe I do just stick with the Reviving Hands here. I might want to create an... Wiki says it's a ranged spell attack roll. I guess maybe it's a spell attack roll that you don't technically cast. Okay. Thank you for confirming. Because I know you can't counterspell Explosive Ice Glue or anything. Spell attack roll that isn't a spell. Fair enough. There is a case for going Ironvine Shield Ballast Armor for this. I just don't really care to. And again, I don't have Shillelagh access currently. I think we'll run this. I have Vigilance on currently. I could switch elixirs after the first turn of the fight. I suppose Heroism makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't wipe out the higher temp HP. What I wanted to verify. We Heroism. Helps our deck saves. So maybe I do want to avoid... I still switch to Lightning Rest. Even while doing Universal Rest. Though, if I'm doing Lightning Rest, then I don't need to do the Universal Rest cycling. One fewer moving part. Alright, let's go back to health. Nightcrawler again. A blue guy in X-Men who can teleport. Mystique is his mom, so he has a bunch of mommy issues, understandably. And he's a German priest. X-Men 97? I did watch it. It was very good. Pop culture deficiencies peeking through. X-Men is... It's funny how X-Men is still kind of niche in nerd spaces, which is really weird, but it's absolutely true. Like, unless you watched certain cartoons as a 2000s or 90s kid, or actively consume comics, I could totally see X-Men being under your radar. Made friends with the trader, gave it FPS through Narolna, everyone around took 15 extra psychic. Sadly, target has to be an ally. So that means it wouldn't work on Countercharm. But you could do this. You could do this to an ally in a silence bubble, because it'll make everyone immune to the thunder. But the psychic will still happen. Working like Shovel then? Yeah. Problem is you want the target to live. And FPS gives them vulnerability to all damage. So by giving them thunder immunity with silence, you make it so that doesn't hurt them, but everyone else still takes the psychic. They would still be taking the psychic damage as well, right? Say it's them and everyone around them, or is it just everyone around them? Do wish I had more fire shield scrolls for this. But it'll do. Awesome Mouse Mutations, hypocritical being furthest from Demon, looking like one, so you could have pity on him, gotta love him. But I don't think he would want your pity, and I think that cuts to the core of the main storytelling device of X-Men, where it's all a critique of prejudice. Which is what makes it so funny, all of the outrage when X-Men 97 came out. They're like, X-Men went woke. It's like, no, you're just a fucking idiot. It's always had the same consistent message of let people cook and don't judge them. That has always been the through line. That's why he's so well written. I agree, Woodsy. He's a great character. Didn't know you could come and go from the House of Hope always just doing one go. Yeah, as long as you don't trigger the alarm, you can just come and go. I Indiana Jones the 2 items in the archive, so I have the gloves and the amulet. And I keep my debtor's attire on because I will forget. So I choose not to remove it. Only people around took psychic damage, not the target. Okay, that's really good then. So yeah, if you give them thunder resistance or immunity, maybe a little bit of damage reduction as well somehow, they could reasonably survive a full round of Nyralna throws. So if you... FPS summon that you know can just take a full round of Nyralna throws. Or you give them, like, augmented Shield of Thralls for big temp HP or something. You just do a bit of setup. You just kill that way. Or if somehow you are doing, like, 2 players and the FPS person didn't secure the kill, you have the other person just throw Nyralna at them. Like, next to them. While they stand next to the brain. Need to get in headspace to plan my one-shot. Gonna put some evil culty villain music on, see where my head goes. Later, Viper. You have a good one. Yeah, the Jinn is incredible. He's got great resistances and immunities, and then he's also got crazy high constitution. And if you are able to cast him, then you also have access to boosting his HP with Aid and Hero's Feast. Bring good news. Okay. Yes. You can FPS Countercharm. Yeah, I know you can target it, but like, my thought was, it's not an ally, so how does the Nyralna damage thing work? Like, it's possible that it starts hitting you, but maybe it is an ally for some purposes. Like, I wasn't able to Sentinel opportunity attack off of things attacking my Countercharm, which is why I'm unsure about its ally status. That could have been an isolated incident, though. Through Nyralna at it, everything around it took 15 psychic, no thunder damage somehow. could even just be better. So that doesn't make sense how that happened. Just didn't see the numbers. Okay, okay. If I'm doing it this way, I'm not healing every turn. Let's produce flame. This is all illuminated. This whole place illuminated. I don't think Shadow Cloak's gonna work here. All that Countercharm is not a hostile. Countercharm is incredible. You can kill people with it. Yeah, yeah. Countercharm stays winning. It's insane.
Answer. I've had you, and now this time.
Countercharm did go away during that combo. We have Connor there. Next turn I'm gonna revive him so I can have partial bravery going on that. A Countercharm here. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Cutting works. That's fine. I guess I shouldn't have given this guy Crystal Skin. It's Sonic Overload, but it would chew through my Agathis rather quickly. Got resistance to everything right now. Give it all that much. I want to save my Mind Blast here if I can. What else can I do to improve my situation here? Countercharm overriding the music is a shame. The music here is hype. I could absorb Bardlach to get some passive healing for 5 turns, but I don't think that's urgent. Guess I'm Mind Sanctuary? No, I want to save that. Here's how I'll do it. I'm gonna Mind Sanctuary here. There's so much happening that someone would be like, why the fuck is this? Like, why is Connor here? Why is Countercharm here? Not threatened by you. Grab this. Oh, now they can't opportunity attack me. Well, that's fine. And I'll use this action to re-equip my underwear. Martial Bravery, there we go. Considering Sonic Overload. Worth it? Damage. Have an action now. 5 turns left on Fire Shield. Need to refresh that for a while. I refresh Agathis? Yeah. No, I just equip my underwear again. Yes. You have no action because you went out of the Mind Sanctuary. Wasn't close enough to Connor there. Mind Sanctuary went away while I was in it, so see how I have no action? Connor died, so I don't have Martial Bravery yet. Oh, I still do. Nice. Although, is Martial Bravery counting from answers like multiple limbs? Could be the case. Music sounds so peaceful. It does. For the heal, I guess. Appreciate it. What happened to that speed pot I threw on the ground there? I can go this way. They're staying out there, attacking the Countercharm. It's so good. It's just so good. I have good spell save DC, so. It's DC 18. The Myrmidons are just T-posing. That's great. Oh yeah, let's see if Martial Bravery is working the way I thought it might. No, it just counts, because answer is multiple hitboxes. You just get Martial Bravery. No counter required. So, this helmet, when fighting this boss in melee, you want this. This is just +2 damage. This is just +2 damage. Because each of his limbs counts as a separate enemy, so you're always, like, threatened. You probably can just have advantage by having, those gloves that give you advantage while, surrounded by 2 or more enemies as well. That's fun. See how in a while, maybe by then those Myrmidons be T-posing pantsless on a speeding motorcycle. Maybe. See you control. Yeah, we'll re-up Fire Shield now. So I don't even have the combat music anymore. The game is very confused. I guess I'll sign up Overload. Hey, hello, how are you? Multi-attack, yes, thank you. Stop hitting yourself. Oh, yeah, so the Sonic Overload isn't going to damage him unless he crits me. Keep cycling Universal Res to keep our psychic resistance going. like disrespecting this dragon. This fight sucks. So, memeing it is even funnier. Put it on Arse Oil and Fire Shield Hot. I could've. Could've. Step so we're in range. Later, nerd. Oh, and because that happened on his turn, he just lost the temp HP immediately. Really? Really, you fucking asshole?
What have you done?
Couldn't even give me the satisfaction.
Unsure.
No, go away. Sword sucks. Like, what if I memed, though? No, it sucks.
Toast, toast.
Alright, come on, Connor, we're going home.
What's this?
Giant form stick, yeah. I guess maybe if you somehow get that before Rhapsody, you could, like, giant form row things. Battle Master Giant Slayer build 1. I'm not opposed to running it. Or as top of the big poke, I guess, but like every weapon maneuvers in the air. Like, why not any of the other ones? But yeah. I guess maybe so there is a run I want to do. I do want to do a run as a hunter where I take Giant Killer. Not Colossus Slayer, Giant Killer. They're two different things you could take. Giant Killer is riposte against large targets. So, doing that with Baldur's Giant Slayer could be funny, I guess. You could do that with Sentinel and 6 levels of Tempest Cleric. You put lightning damage on the Giant Slayer. Something large size attacks you. You hit it with the opportunity attack, which you have advantage on, for multiple reasons. And you hit them. You knock them back with Thunderbolt Strikes. You hit them with Sentinel, so they have no movement speed. So thing tries to attack you, you riposte, you hit it, you knock it back, and it can't get to you again. That could be fun. That's like a 6/6, maybe a 5/7, maybe a 5/7 hunter cleric martial build. Or you could give up extra attack to get divine strike, which base, I like doing that. That's fun. Alarm Sentinel does that without being hit. Yeah, it does. Baldur's Giant Slayer is shit and we know it, but trying to come up with uses. Who else can I bully? If I get Gortash into his super form, he punches. So I could do Shade Soaked, or not Shade Soaked, Shadow Cloaked Ring retaliation stuff on good old Gort. That could be fun. But this is a run where we want the Mizora content, so I have to do the Iron Throne. I am injured, but not by much. I have Spellcrux available. Oh, I can always, like, injure myself by unequipping the Greater Health Amulet. I do have Spellcrux available. Switch elixirs back now. Let's do Vigilance. We can go back to Vicious Shortbow. If someone crits me with a weapon attack, we're going to be adding 7 damage to each of the individual retaliations that are dice roll based, at least. So, potentially juicy. Let's grab money from Halcyon and go buy from the Iron Hand Gnomes. I'm seriously trying to think of Giant Slayer use cases for, like, that combination I was talking about. But Say is right, just Polar Master Sentinel is simply better. Better damage, better gearing options, better action economy, better armor class, better damage mitigation as a whole. It's just better. Oh yeah, I actually need the money. Awesome. Oops. Wrong person. I guess I could go buy everything else I need from Saravok, or not from Saravok, from Abazigal, and then we could go meme Saravok. That sounds kind of fun. I would do Boots of Sonic Movement for that, I think. Equip those now. Flash Blinders I don't need to equip yet. Or don't need to carry around yet, I should say. Alright, that's a start. We'll do horns. I'm gonna make sure my HP is lower than my maximum. Not so high that I heal back to my max with Ring of Regen, but not so low that I'm actually in danger. This is to keep Horns of the Berserker active. We're going to shapeshift into a Gith for Boots of Psionic movement use. I'm going to... I think I'm going to attempt a Greater Invis Contagion Sarabok. Wonder if it'll actually do damage because Horns of the Berserker. That would be interesting. That'd be really interesting. Let's find out. Initiative-wise, I don't have enough to guarantee that I outspeed him. Perhaps I should. I can't really be bothered. Make sure I get a good deal over here. It's not the right item. What is bro cooking?
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
How much money? Want like all that? Ugh, I have to sell stuff first. I would dolly board out, but I'd have to redo some of my setup. Enchanters with Countercharm Nirolna did trigger Orin Fight. That's what I figured. I think that uses the same logic as which targets are okay to Contagion or like wet ahead of time and which aren't. Like, Wargaz will get mad if you do anything, even things that aren't necessarily hostile, that wouldn't trigger aggro on a normal person. I think it's the same sort of parameters there. Where if someone has a plot trigger where they go hostile at the drop of a hat, sell Giant Slayer to Volo. Surely he'll make good use of that, right? Someone has to.
Whatever happens next,
I'm live for that long already? Time is flying. Hey, he has Fire Shield. I should check to see if he has any more. I'll pick up Elegant Studded Leather to sell, I guess, to a Bozigal. Cut out a step. multiclass just so I can carry stuff for a bit. I totally should have considered using Devil's Charm. We're not gonna have content left for me to use that on. Ad break was 2 minutes out, so I ran it now, so it'll likely be done when I'm actually fighting Sarevok. Or he'll be dead before the ad break's over. We'll see. Like how he just said nothing. Bozigal's stare. Flesh render is also tempting. That too.
Go.
Knows what's coming. He can hear the boss music, which is Countercharm based. Alright, now let me make sure I have my actual appropriate gear on, because I almost forgot to do that. That would have been disastrous. I somehow am encumbered. Oh, I know why, I just bought some weapons. Ballast armor. There we go. Alright, come back with the ad break. We're gonna try to meme Sarevok here.
Not used to lying low. Don't tell. Time for a soft touch. Foxy.
Sort of.
Okay, I forgot to actually be Gith. Won't have my full damage here. Oh well. Nice. A good fight. I might still die though. Alright, good. That's why I didn't haste myself. So I'd be lethargic. Noble Stalk? The mushroom? So again, that was with me messing up my setup and not being disguised for my extra gift damage. Oh hey, you have distance spell inflict wounds, but that's a melee attack, sister. Alright, so I'm no longer slowed. Counterspell my disguised self. That's incredibly toxic. Was expecting Senna to drop a level 6 Blight before. She prioritizes slow. The reason why I'm line of sighting now is because I expect her to do the Blight. And I want to get a universal res up next turn. Raspberry to get north of 100 HP. I'll backlash that. Bardlach existing is nerfing this fight. Yeah. Are they immune to cloud kill? They're undead. They're ghosts. Poison immunity. Most undead are immune to poison. Sure. How you doing, JD? No, it's a coincidence. Ball did not easy to take down to me even once in Countercharm or in Fire. I was doing nothing, standing stun, recasting Countercharm. Oh no. Backlash that. Is this the Blight? No, it's slow. Fine. Fire shield wore off, didn't it? That's where my damage went. There's the Blight. Yeah, 9 to 72 damage because of that upcast. That's a lot. Let them burn all their spell slots, I guess. Still slowed, so like, what if... Goodbye. I'm no longer slowed. Now you're slowed. Break that concentration. No. I can Psionic Overload here. A little more damage going. Logic all down. Awesome. That was fun. That was very satisfying. Yeah, Scuffed Opener, Saraval could have died a whole attack sooner, but... Okay, I can actually fast travel out now. If I got a scroll for Fire Shield Warm, we could go deal with the, Ancient Lair. If you died while gaped, or was dull or more damage. Hitting Gaping Wounds would have been better. I was doing Sledboard out of a bit of fear. Because I am doing Vicious Shortbow for 1 stack dollar. No crit immunity. But he didn't end up critting. If he had crit me, he would have died, I think, on the first attack. Especially if I had gotten my boots choice correct. Still looking pretty well on resources. Lots of grief. There's quite a few spells that target through Sanctuary in this game. Some of the most interesting ones are Chain Lightning, Thorn Whip, and Blight. Don't remember off the top of my head. Phantasmal Killer might also be on the list. But yeah, if you ever want to deal with Viconia easily, you can just directly target her with Chain Lightning or Blight and click the funny button until she's dead.
The house of that's a hefty take and stands ready to ease your troubles.
Oh yeah, Radiator Court. See, that damage was my fault. So these 3 guys have Radiant Retort, and Viconia does. Or, sorry, these 2 do, the person I just tossed, and not this guy. So 3 of the 4 guards up here, and then just Viconia. Click Viconia's funny button with your tongue if you can. What? Oh, hi Tinny. Blind ourselves to give enemies advantage. Yeah, you could put a darkness arrow so it just affects you. It's an easy way of blinding yourself. Wonder if you can target yourself with contagion. You can target yourself. Okay, hang on. What if I just blinded myself? With blinding sickness? Like, why not, right? The Lazel with Lizel. You can target yourself with contagion. This is me targeting myself with contagion. But I have to fail my own con save. Alright, hang on. Diarrhea. Permanently befuddle myself. Isn't that just like a soft lock if you do that? Like, aren't you just fucked? Unless your character decides to drink a remedial potion from your inventory.
Open up.
Thank you for testing. Oh, I see. Oh hey, a chain lightning scroll. They know the strats. Alright, so like... Contagion is an attack roll. I just attacked myself. Extremely common cleric W. You could just hit yourself. You get ability drain self. Wait, did I ability drain myself? Did that actually happen? No, I don't see an ability drain. Viatar proofs. Because if we could, then no, that would be really useful, actually. Yeah, it doesn't look like... Can you stop saving? I have good con saves. Get myself disadvantage. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I have disadvantage on wisdom, and I'm blind. Also, very naked. My head is purple. This looks really cool, though. Imagine Viconia walking in on this. Hard to explain. How scary Black at the wish she looked. Simple to explain. Pain is sacred to Shara, and I'm feeling zealous, baby. Like, how did we get here? I am intentionally lowering my AC. Oh, I need to go get Shadowheart to spit on me again. Because I can do that. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
That name on the tombstone before. He'd surely not have been buried here. All the time I spent training.
All right.
Why is it still Daughter of Darkness and not the Chosen of Shar? Weird.
Let's go in.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Okay, there we go.
Don't burn yourself.
Well, definitely do plan to start this run. Some of it.
This is it. Where I was raised. If you're sure, you...
Cast Flesh Rot? No, Blinding Sickness on myself. Blindness to give their attacks advantage? Yes. So, we had Shadowheart spit on us to give us a -5 AC debuff. And also because, you know. So they are much more likely to crit us now. So part of the pre-battle prep with this was making sure I got a dinosaur to spit on me and I gave myself a disease.
I've got this.
Do wish I had easier access to necrotic resist here. Yep, attack with advantage. The real can we beat this game with 0 AC run. Now, I have 9 decks because I picked Ethel's Hag Hair Boon thing for decks for the build I was doing earlier in the run. So we could have had that on Charisma and arrange our mirror stuff accordingly and all that, but meh. I'm almost wondering if I mirror for strength. Having 22 strength base would be cool. Ultimately, not much point to it. I'm waiting for this Universal Rest to run out. Produce flames, so we cast a light source. Wondering if I could Greater Invis stick a Contagion on Viconia. Surely no, right?
If you insist.
Pesky shadows! Every nook and cranny with their goddess's looming shadow.
Can't target. That's fine. It's fine. Sometimes they like cats, sometimes they don't. Today is one of the days where they do. Surprised. I didn't short rest to get my black hole back. Whoops. Bit of an oopsie. Heat metal go through Sanctuary? Oh yeah, let's test Phantasmal Killer. The scrolls. Alright. They are... Phantasmal Killer is one of them. Do not have a good chance of landing that. I want to do it anyway. The real smart move would be to just click Chain Lightning at her twice. And laugh. Don't want to do that though. I could get a Myrmidon in and do Raging Vortex. Like, I could get her on Plant Growth with Raging Vortex going. That's fun. Blinded could target spell pretty far. That's true. Why could I? I hadn't thought of that. I'll haste here. It only takes my AC up to 8, so that's fine. 4th level necrotic spirit guardians. I'm gonna fly into this blood. Iconia will opportunity attack while she has her sanctuary? Ooh, interesting. Took a bit of a scenic route around, but...
I am Lady Shah's instrument. You cannot win.
And this guy's gonna drink a necrotic resist elixir. Don't remember if he has necrotic resist or not. Oh yeah, I don't have fire shield on. Ooh. Suppose I could switch to Bloodlust here. So, like, unlike regular blind, this doesn't stop you from making ranged attacks. Because I can still just shoot my bow. It's with disadvantage, but, like, that's really interesting. There we go. Iconia trying opportunity attack. Does she have Sentinel? Oh, okay. Bad move, Iconia. It's Terrazul. Actually, it's not Sanctuaried anymore. So I actually can just... There are 4th level Dissonant Whispers. Steeped in Bliss. She is. Failed. 54 damage. could stage fright to create a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. They're fucked if they hit me, they're fucked if they miss me. There's the crit. Okay, look at how much more damage. Dollar Maris on that. A Dollar Maris on that. Dollar Maris on that. So, Dollar Maris added 21 extra damage to that. And it could have been more if we had applied Vuln. Still alive, and that insults me. Put stage fright on you in case you go for bone chill. I have 10 AC. With this advantage, there's a chance they do miss. Park myself right here. We landed the 2-turn stun.
Ready for another round?
It's fine. So now I'm double blinded, I guess. Care. You with backlash. Third level Dissonant Whispers. Guess that's technically a fight. This build's really, really fun. So, by running around, intentionally making Sharans have advantage and almost guaranteed hit on us, they still did 13 total damage. And that's without DR stacking. That's just the advantage of the surprise round stacked up more sled board. So 2 rounds of sled board stacking, 2 DR from there, and then resistance to everything. Left for 10 minutes to transform into Lae'zel. Yeah, disguise self currently.
Took something off the altar, and the disc rose?
Real confusing to hear Carlax's voice coming out of Lae'zel. I'll fix it.
Open up.
You're running just faster than Raph. I'm a speedrunner in all things, Danny. All things. Some people see Raphael and they see something to make fun of. I look at Raphael and I see a challenge. I accept that challenge. The challenge is to progress through the game quickly, of course. Raphael's ahead of you the entire game. You know, he's just kind of waiting for you when you get to places. That's what we're referring to.
Nice little hole here. Someone needed a bit of space. A mirror that takes memories. Huh. I've got a few I wouldn't mind giving over.
Quag caller. Guess you can be ahead of him, you kill him in Act 1. Raphael challenging, but Quag would.
Got a little time?
The chamber.
The chamber.
Good. I was just starting to miss forward. My final task lies ahead. In the chamber
Hey,
of
Fancy.
loss.
Do you think he would? I don't think he would. I think Raphael is like the DJ Khaled school of lack of reciprocity. Oh, this just opens for Shadow Art, right? I always forget that.
Prisoners. Is this my final task for Lady Shah?
Wait here for a minute, Sharp. Please do not invoke that name in my presence. I apologize.
A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror.
I grab religion
one used by
expertise
the
for this.
shrines to plunder memories from the minds of others.
Roll good.
You feel a presence. You must surrender some part of yourself. But what? Something still that you feel the spill where once the mirror showed nothing, there is now something. Memories, experiences, skills, all prized from the
Stick
dark.
charisma.
The huge mirror step your mind's the dark.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get the extra +1. Bardlach looks cool like this too. This is just the cool VFX. I don't want to heal. Just remove curse. But effects on her face already. Yeah, clearly not. I actually don't know how this conversation will go.
You find yourself thrust into Shadowheart's mind, but it's different.
Jennifer is no more.
Remain silent.
Kill them. For me, she do you all the time. They remember everything. The pain, the pleading, their torturer wearing their daughter's face.
Let's go, don't do it.
To do it. My whole life
Disadvantage on insight. I could have her guidance me for this. Nah. roll good.
Do your duty.
No!
Don't end.
So much will go there. You learn. You showed.
There is nothing.
And you came back to us.
So doing it this way, Shadowheart is now, until the end of the game, simultaneously considered a cleric of Shar and Selûne. You can't see it here. You see the deity changed to Selûne here. She's both. So whenever she casts Guardian of Faith, she just gets 2 of them.
Everything that's happened.
Hey, you.
Did you want something? If not, I'm perfectly happy to just gaze upon your work. If you're sure, you...
I guess this means we don't get the super aggressive start romance scene in Act 3. Oh well, save that for another playthrough. Super aggressive, you say? Yeah. Have you not seen that one, JD? It's something. Gonna save last? Good call, thank you. You find out some additional things about Chart, like that when she killed Aelin, she kept some of the blood as a trophy. That's involved in the sex. It's kind of icky. Not my favorite thing. Yikes, yeah. Oh, the statue even gets the more abs mod. Let's go. Gives that flesh melter? Yes. What do we do next? We can go test out our damage on some Steel Watchers, I suppose. Just woke up. Why is naked marble Carlight the first thing I see? Because I wanted you to wake up to something you wanted to see, Druid. Did I succeed? You know I did. Need more fire shield scrolls. Feel naked without them. Statue. Command Steel Watchers. You can. Right, there is a brain in there. Man, drop Steel Watcher seems fun. I could heat metal. So it'll prioritize the armor, not the weapon? Or did they just not roll a saving throw? I guess that's how that works. Fighting words? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah, you don't need that. And the crit. Unfortunately, Dollar Mars doesn't apply because it doesn't have a weapon, but it does still cause Flesh Melter Cloak to roll double die. And if I had Fire Shield, that would also be rolling double die. But
Not used to lying low.
oh, that was so satisfying.
Stealth mode activated.
Need to carry some water. Knocked me prone. Nice. It tried to use self-detonation, but the retaliation effects kept going and interrupted it. So that Seal Watcher hit themselves for 66 on that Agathis, and then 80 on that one. I guess when fighting these guys, I should have held us gone. They can't knock me prone. Reprimand is variation of Shadow Master's Bite. Oh, did they use that as the base? That's cool. There's another crit. Remember, we could have 2 more Dollar Amaris items equipped. One of them instead of Rhapsody, but we could make this Agathis damage go even sillier. And technically, when applying Vuln, to cold, but not to other damage types, Martial Bravery beats out Horns of the Berserker. Because it'll go onto the cold damage, meaning it goes onto the part that gets doubled up. But when I'm doing contagion stuff, that don't matter.
Time to take a load off, isn't it? I've got this. To the left and...
Hey Mark Naismith, how are you? Can you try rolling good? I guess I do have terrible dexterity. I kind of forget that often. Lockpicking with 9 dex is difficult.
I feel like a rover in a tea shop.
I heard you were disciplined.
I can switch to Speedy Light Feet here.
When instructing a Gondian, my cut off a
dash here. I'll have lighting charges on the following turn. Got a Psionic Overload. That would have been more damage. That's okay, though. Brought himself down to 1 HP. Goaded, but there's no target, so you should just stand there for a turn and do nothing. Okay, good.
La la la.
Has the temp HP refresh? Because I'm recasting it.
Don't fall asleep.
I don't know what I just got 500 XP for.
Halt! The parasite reels in your skull. Something within the...
Your trial is complete, villain.
Guess I'm fighting these. They have ranged weapons. How do I want to handle this? I definitely want Eldusk on. Just make them chase me. Just make them chase me. Eldusk saves from prone. Cannot be forcibly moved by foe spells or actions, and you ignore the effects of difficult terrain. So. You can't get knocked prone, you can't get pushed, shoved, anything. Another useless fun fact, Aspect of the Stallion is the same property as Symbiotics. You can low-level Agathis or Shield of Thralls onto it. That's really good, actually. I don't think that's useless, because that means a Barbarian can run like the Ice Bite robe in Act 2 without really compromising their build, and then just Stallion to maintain it. Imagine Steel Watchers with Misty Step. It'd be pretty toxic. They already have good mobility and they can reposition you, but if they could reposition like that, man, they can jump pretty far too. So if you ever want to see a Steel Watcher go absolutely crazy, hit it with a Cloud Giant elixir and watch how far they jump. You get them with jump and Cloud Giant potions. Have to lose to get new. Be super strong otherwise. So you can't refill it the same way you can with Spore Druid. Because like with Symbiotic Entity, if you merge it with a different source, then by using Entity again, you refill it up to whatever the max of the thing you merged it with was. So like if you have the Codex temp HP from reading the book in Act 3, and you combine that with your Symbiotic, you can refill up to the number of the Codex by just clicking that. If Stallion doesn't do that, that's less desirable. But if it does, I don't know, that's pretty good. Can't refresh itself at all. That's sad. Cutting words to make sure that lands. Yeah, the base damage on their bows is so high. Steel Watcher can crit you for 60 damage. They max roll and crit. Fucking hell. I should be... I'm appropriately scared of the ranged attacks here. Because they can crit me. Love the design. It looks very cool. Permanents are immune to prone. I need to go get more water bottles. I have it all in camp, so it'll be fine, but... Yeah, not unexpected. Sort of Thorn's aura ability, you're having enemies basically suicided me. Not an aura as much as they hit me and then they die. But yeah. So I could do the aura thing with Spirit Guardians, which I do have. I have stacked up a bunch of retaliation effects and a bunch of damage boosts that apply to said retaliation effects. Then I've also intentionally lowered my AC almost as much as I possibly can. Technically, I should have gotten my dexterity cursed at the Mirror of Lost and not removed the curse. Then I could have been running around at 7. I've had a dinosaur spit on me to lower my AC by 5, and I even targeted myself with Contagion to get myself with Blinding Sickness, so I am blinded until long rests. I just have that disease, which gives everyone attacking me advantage. I've also decided not to wear critical hit immunity, because many of my retaliation effects will do more damage if someone, particularly with a weapon, crits me. And the kicker is that Bard is one of the most effective classes at doing this, because Bard gets access to all of the relevant spells, thanks to magical secrets. Countercharm is incredible utility for redirecting aggro here. And then the Bard spell list itself is just a bunch of cool things. You even get an extra short rest with Song of Rest. Plant growth is awesome for restricting movement. Like, Lore Bard Retaliation tank is incredible. You can do this on a Swords or a Valor Bard as well, if you so choose. You just give up an extra set of magical secrets. So you would... Basically, from magical secrets, you get 2 picks at level 6 as a Lore Bard, but then every Bard gets 2 picks at level 10. So I picked up 4 spells I normally wouldn't have access to that way. With going the other Bard subclasses, I would only get 2 spells. So the big ones are Armor of Agathis, because it's a retaliation effect. And then Contagion, which I can use for a bunch of different things, but primarily I'm using it to blind myself and to give others vulnerability to all damage. So you would be picking up those. You could be picking up probably Spirit Guardians and Contagion at level 10 for a non-lore bard, and then you'd be picking up Hex, Armor of Agathis from dipping into other classes. Yeah. doing this as a Swords Bard would give you the option for all the crazy martial flourishes. It would give you innate medium armor proficiency instead of having to take a feat for it, or a class dip for it. Valor Bard would also get extra attack. You wouldn't have the crazy flourishes, but you'd still get the extra attack. And you would get shield proficiency. I think both shield and medium armor? Maybe it's just shield. No, I think it's both, actually. So this would be pretty good on a Valor Bard, come to think of it. Because I wouldn't need that Cleric dip anymore at all. Though it is good for other reasons. That would mean doing this on a Valor Bard, you could do something like 1 Sorcerer, 1 Warlock, or 2 Sorcerer, or 2 Warlock, and Bard. Warlock would be... Basically, the ways you get Armor of Agathis in your spell list are Magical Secrets on a Bard, or you can take it as a spell as Warlock, or you can take it as your Draconic Bloodline spell as a White Draconic Sorcerer. A lot of ways of going about this, and one of my favorite build archetypes. It's Retaliation Tanks. Very fun. Highly recommend. Or to be disrespected and the damage you take is redirected. Wrong build. I killed these guys already, right? They're drugs? No, I didn't. Thought I did. Well, let's go do that. Starting to run low on spell slots, but we're in Act 3, so, like, haha, penny casting.
This is the last.
I choose attack. Verifying I have the Helldusk boots on, so I can't be moved. No surprises. I'm also using the Produce Flame cantrip, so I just constantly have a light source attached to me. So Callous Glow always works where I am. Thought I would have more time. Yeah, 68 plus 3. Now, Orin's Clothes are an interesting option for this. I would forego an entire damage retaliation effect, because Bone Spike Garb does my con mod as piercing damage, and that'll get its own damage riders and everything, so it is a lot. And I also forego 2 damage reduction. In exchange, I get +1 to all damage rolls attributed to me. So, in terms of my purely offense stuff, it's better, but Bone Spike Garb is very hard to beat for retaliation tanks. There's lots of different ways you can do this. You could go a high damage reduction, then run around not taking any damage at all. But to actually do certain effects for them to successfully do their damage, such as Caustic Reprisal here from the Flesh Melter Cloak, you have to actually take an amount of damage higher than 0. So you want a balancing act if you want to take barely any damage so that you do your maximum damage, but you don't want to take too much so that you don't have to reapply Agathis too often, or so that you don't die. An interesting thing I need to mess more with is no Agathis retaliation builds, because that would create a situation where you just focus on healing. Like, you don't have to maintain your temp HP, you just focus on healing. You maintain a fire shield, and, you know, these other things. So it shifts things to focusing on fire shield duration, which I should already be doing in major fights on top of what I'm doing, but haven't been yet. Can you set up a healing build with it? Getting passive healing would be valuable. Like, I'm doing Ring of Regen to keep Reviving Hands active at all times. But things of that nature. You could maybe do the Devotee's Mace. The Divine Intervention Mace. It has a bonus action healing aura that lasts for 10 turns. Honestly, you probably just drink healing potions every turn. I feel like Heavy Armor Master Force Conduit could play this game with some AC debuffs. Yeah, I think so, Say. If you do the Dinosaur Spit thing, if you get a negative dex mod, maybe you have to start standing in acid surfaces, but honestly, just imposing advantage on enemy attacks does a lot. Like, I feel like you could get away with having up to maybe 15 AC, as long as you're blind, or have Reckless Attack, and then it'd be fine. Getting Explosive Blood from Mirage could be good for me, but I think I would want to have a Fire Resist Elixir for that long term. My current problem is I need more Fire Shield Scrolls. I'm out. Give up Adamantine Splits. -2, I can just find minimum AC armor. Just non-magical Splint is base 14. And it's heavy armor. The lowest heavy armor I can think of. So if you had 8 dex, that would be 13 AC. If you got the Dinosaur Spit, that would be 8 AC. And then if you had your dexterity cursed at the Mirror of Loss and didn't remove it, you could have 7 AC in heavy armor with that. That's not including whatever you get from a shield. But honestly, with Heavy Armor Master, you could just run around with like double Dollar Amaris, right? Or Rhapsody Dollar Amaris. Or you could even do something like Duelist Prerogative. And then do like 2 Hellish Rebukes or 2 Tempest Cleric things. 2 Uncanny Dodges. A lot of possibilities. This rogue flavor would be really fun. Negative dex apply to AC and heavy armor. I believe so, because what heavy armor does is it restricts how much your dex mod can add. It doesn't do anything about how much your dex mod can subtract. So let's test this. So 6 AC, -1 from dex. no AC bonus, but it doesn't go negative. Okay, so scratch the negative dex part of it. But this does mean you could have dex on the heavy armor retaliation tank because it wouldn't be increasing your AC. So instead of prioritizing low dex, you just go back to doing high dex. Still pretty good. Like, even with a good heavy armor, like Reaper's Embrace, Spit gets you down to 16. You can stand in an acid surface to get down to 14. And as long as you're blinded, 14 AC is pretty reasonable for Act 3 enemies to hit. Yeah, you could just Skin Burster. Hey, Pickups, how are you? Since we're purple right now, let's see if we have any good purple dyes. Do I need to go to Figaro? Indigo? You just have +7 to 12 in Act 3. Yeah, so if they're attacking you with advantage... Yeah. You can even, if you want their hit rates to be better, you could wear the Whispering Promise and heal them, so they get blessed. Longstrider makes dyes irrelevant. And then the Soul Coin visual vomit. Isn't much better. I have a mod that lets you dye shields. Does this die favorably? No, it looks terrible. I'm doing it anyway. Look like a Diablo 3 boss.
Orin's correspondence.
Could deal with Orin whenever, really. Guess let's go to Hell one more time. Let's go deal with Orin. That's not good? What's not good? What happened? I'm ADHD. I don't want to deal with Orin yet. I have to go talk to Gort at the coronation and all that. The whole thing. Like that. Oh no, I think it looks cool. I think like up here looks cool. Just I can't see the color of my outfits, like the dyes or anything. I can't really make out the details of my armor. What I was grumbling about. Like, I installed a transmog mod mostly so we can look really cool in Act 3 once we have access to all the gear, but I can't see myself anyway. I would have to long rest and then not pop a soul coin. And I don't like long resting. We still have not long rested in Act 3. Almost all the bosses are dead. There's just Ethel, Carrion, Gortash, Orin, House of Hope. Yeah. You see better than the trade UI? Oh, I missed it. Okay, let me go trade with Twolo so I can see.
Whatever happens next, be sure
Oh yeah, that's better.
I will document it all as accurately as possible.
Will seems to have forgotten some pieces. Guess we could go kill Harlep next. We actually use Viconia's shield for that, to reflect magic missiles. I like pummeled Will's pelvis out of existence. It should have been me. Should have been me, not him. Not him. I can speak. Starting with Ethereal Escape, cheater. Crit. Spirit Guardian's not really helping me much here. Change it up. I can't target him with Hex. Fine. Break concentration. Stage right on these gets Agonizing Blast. Yeah, that's so fun. Oh, thanks, Viper. I was tunnel visioning. I missed the fuckboy incident. That perchance an armor bag at this moment? Sure was. Sure was. We're running around at 6 AC doing Agathis things. Shock and Grasp avoid his retreat. Yeah, he needs a reaction to do it. Six AC. Oh, it gets better, Viper. We've also cast Contagion on myself to give myself Blinding Sickness, so everyone has advantage attacking me. And I don't have critical hit immunity. Spent the evening doing these shenanigans, spent it making a werewolf conspiracy. Don't know who's had a better time. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves, Viper. I don't know where I'm going with that. I just thought of that meme. You have to hit with perilous stakes to heal, or just attack? That's a good question. I think you have to hit, but I'm not positive on that. Skelly noises tickle my brain. Don't you mean skelly noises tickle your funny bone? Ooh, no, that's what a ghost says, not a skeleton. Hey, Sora's got me. What was I gonna go fight? I completely forgot. Oh, let's go fight some Ballas in the park. That'd be fun. Joke was 8 out of 10, but the elongated smile awaiting praise disapproval increased it to a 9. I thought so too.
Magic, innit?
So today I've had let it slide this time. Thank you for your understanding. Now that we know a way to attack selves with an attack roll and figure out what to make perilous stakes get unself. Well, I use perilous stakes on myself to heal by attacking, again, rotten food. But I guess you could do it at Countercharm or Minor Illusion. The Minor Illusion, you would have to reapply it. You have to recast it, so it take a lot of turns. Dude, promotion is dwindled to nothing this week. Oh no. One of those weeks. I don't think there's much point in me doing Spirit Guardians because I'm expecting Stunning Gaze. Here's a funny option.
Someone's stalking us. But it's not exactly inconspicuous, is it?
We redden us. You, lady.
Surprise round. Will give me time to build an extra round of Force Conduit stacks. Rook up Callus now? I could. It's not super important, but I could. Movement speed's good too.
Of course.
You feel
No, and
Diff.
This Ballas has Sentinel, but fails one more saving throw, she's vulnerable to all damage. Sure. Sorry, 2 more saving throws. Effective save. The sauce should be commanded in the title for Viper, but basically, Countercharm creates a an invincible creature that'll tank for you, and it has low AC, and low stats overall. So enemies tend to prioritize it if it's a more convenient target than you are. You think of it, aren't we all ball spawn? True. Syrian here is stricken with flesh rot, vulnerable to all damage. Thank you, Contagion. Cutting words that, why would I? Hit herself for 66 cold plus 18 piercing, 4 necrotic, 4 necrotic. And that was a fraction of the damage because she didn't successfully do any damage to me. Yeah, I'm still at 30 temp HP here. So my Flesh Melter Cloak isn't hitting until I actually take damage. You're invisible. Heat metal. Cutting words. I am immobilized because of Sentinel Foe, but I used heat metal and used cutting words to make sure it landed. Take your dagger, send to camp, now you throw hands. Not sure where the other guy is. I did get him. Still invisible, but invisible in their case. Cutting words. He still saves. Class get the option to bind weapons, only fighter and warlock. It's Eldritch Knight and Blade Pact Warlock. Specific subclass of fighter and specific class feature selected by warlock. However, an Eldritch Knight can bind a weapon and then hand it off to someone else, if they so choose. Testing a thing. That does still require obscurity. Wanted to be sure. Cutting words. Hit me. Hit me next. No, you can't. You're slowed. Hey, you found a dagger to use. Good for you, buddy. Hit me. No?
What's going on here? Someone raised the...
What's all this then? Quick attack and she'll just die. Boy. Maybe a silly question, bear with me please. Sure. For sure, red item deals damage to targets eliminated. Am I wrong? Yes, that's this ring right here. Callous Glow Ring. And it doesn't tell you, but this damage is radiant damage. You can see it in the combat log over here. Yeah, I took 3 damage in that whole fight. Getting the surprise round to stack up Force Conduit further ahead of time really helped. I've been taking so little damage that after a couple more rounds of combat, I'm gonna have to go hurt myself again so that Horns of the Berserker stays active. Let's go fight the wargs, I guess. Running out of targets. I don't really want to deal with Orin yet until after I've done Gortash Coronation and then long rested for plot reasons. Here we play Johnny Cash. I hurt myself today. I did with Contagion. You can target yourself with Contagion while you have Arbor of Agathis and it'll hurt you. Now I wonder, if you do that while you have Helldusk armor on, do you just create an infinite damaging yourself loop? Like, if you fail a save against yourself like that, do you just die if you don't take off the Helldusk armor? Contagion do I use? Depends on the situation. I targeted myself with Blinding Sickness. I target other people with Flesh Rot. Sometimes Mind Fire. I could use Slimy Doom. I haven't used Seizure or Filth Fever at all yet. Haven't really seen a use case. But Flesh Rot, Mind Fire, Blinding Sickness, Slimy Doom are the really good ones. You have how much minus damage taken? How much damage reduction? I have 2 for my armor, and then my shield will give me 2 at the start of every turn, stacking up to 7. So I can have up to 9 damage reduction. But I also have physical resistance thanks to the Reviving Hands. So with my max damage reduction, someone has to hit me for 20 damage to hit me for 1. Because divides, rounds down, then does damage reduction. That's why the Ballists were mostly unable to hurt me. They weren't rolling high enough. If they crit me, they'll roll high enough. And we're intentionally running around without crit immunity. Companion app told me what perm upgrades you have. I have Bawal's Benediction, Hag Hair on my Dexterity, which is doing nothing. I have Mirror of Loss on my Charisma. I have Everlasting Vigor from, that. I didn't read the Necromancy of Thay. I destroyed it for XP. I have Blessed from the Umberly Church. I have Anointed Splendor. That's it for permanent stuff. It gives the right Mind Barrier. And Ball's Benediction, Leviator's Love Paid the Price. Yeah, those. In terms of temporary stuff, I popped a Soul Coin, Longstrider, Freedom of Movement, the Invis. But like how the companion app thinks illicit powers are class actions. I mean, they are. See? That's class action. Persistence, that shield, Heavy Armor Master. Albert must be crazy, maybe with Bear Rage. Bear Rage is one of those things I go back and forth on whether I like it or not. Because, like, getting physical resistance, not too hard throughout the game. Kind of whatever. Same with fire resistance. Necrotic is a little more desirable, but like you can get that easily enough. Lightning resistance isn't hard either, neither is poison. But there's a couple that it's really good for. Having force resistance, radiant resistance, those are really, really good. So for those 2 resists specifically, and thunder resistance, that's also another uncommon one. Bear Rage is really good for those. Me, Blinded Karlach gives strong Captain Jack Sparrow vibes. I see it. I totally see it. I should put on my dex gloves here. Lockpicking with 9 dexterity is kind of hard. It is annoying to me that it's 9, not 8, by the way. But, oh well. Where's the rum? Why is the rum gone? I don't have to worry about them knocking me around, so we go Speedy Lightfeet for this encounter. You're the worst barbarian I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me.
Sneak.
Lol. What were we looking for? Psionic Overload would have been better, but... These wargs do way more damage than ballists. There's the crit. It's fun. What was Countercharm needed there? Because it was funny. It wasn't needed, it didn't do anything. Like, we're at a point, player power-wise, Viper, where unless I forget something and, like, get myself knocked off a ledge, or I sit there and let Raphael cast at me for multiple turns, nothing can kill me. Things will die before I do, even if I just stand there. Famous last words. Yeah. I guess I haven't dealt with Ethel yet, but, like, I could also simply not. I want to be more focused for that. Do I want anything from Mystic Carrion? Staff of Cherish Necromancy is awesome, always good to have. If I'm clicking Eyebite at things that I can't get with Resonance Stone, then Staff of Cherish Necromancy is better. It'd also be good for Blight combat openers. If I was doing Nature Cleric stuff for Shillelagh Ironvine Shield, then yeah, I think Staff of Cherish Necromancy would be what I would actually run with. Just Shillelagh that before I open. Viable alternative to Tempest here. Well, maybe we do that. It's like... Kinda into that. All's built hilarious, fuck you literally made Carlax a can't be hugged thing way worse, she'd fucking hate this. I've even made her literally diseased. Like, she just wants people to touch her, but it doesn't go well. Hey, Raj doesn't have the flesh rod I put on her before. Did I put flesh rod on her?
Your blood is far more volatile than I'd anticipated.
It really takes some heat, I'm impressed.
No, my friend. I'm the one impressed by you. You see, it's your blood.
I'd like to be breast by Carlac. I mean, pressed by Carlac. I mean, impressed by Carlac.
It's a breakthrough in the sanguine arts, the likes of which the world has never seen. The Grand Matriarch will have no choice but to restore House of... If you'd come inside, not if...
Be pressed in a fine fleshy powder. I mean, please don't say the phrase fine fleshy powder ever again. Raj, what are you doing? I came inside.
Ah, and now that you're here... Oh.
Not explosive enough already.
It's all water. Water? Well, liquid anyway. Where's it all coming from?
Excuse me, where do you think you're going?
I drank it.
This is incredible. I'm seeing... All it needs is a... Now, I'll only ask a nominal... You really are a fine...
Alright, so now my blood's explosive. So, any blood surfaces that originate from me will... Ignite. Can I get XP there? Okay. Fine fleshy powder chowder. Ugh. Which bit of fine fleshy powder unsettles you? I think it's the fleshy powder part. It's the fleshiness, yeah. On something worse than quantum mouthfeel. I feel like at this rate we need a list of just phrases Quag is unsettled by. We hold a torch, our blood explodes immediately? Yes. Or you can stand next to a candle, any kind of open flame. If you have any amount of heat, that'll fulfill the requirement as well. And if you're wearing reverse rain cloak, you don't start burning. And you have resistance to fire. Or you can do fire resistance elixir. I think for fighting Raphael, I'll be doing a fire resistance elixir. I know I'm already resistant to fire as you know, Karlach, but immunity to burning is what I'm after. I know a fun fight we could do. Yeah, probably one more fight today. Plan for this run is to finish it on Saturday, unless I feel like playing Cyberpunk on Saturday. We'll see. If there's one thing Gale can do, it's lick the damn thing. Good night, Say. Yeah. Let's head over here. Beauty light feed for this? Yeah, I think so. And I could Stormy Clamor. It's funny. Let's Sonic movement and be a gith.
Keep a lookout.
Yeah.
Oh, you're close, man. Really?
You're an anime dead scroll. I'm a good influence. overload. Like a little bit of damage. Three Dissonant Whispers. I... Okay, like one more fight. Just one more.
What's he doing?
Mildly interesting item. Alright, these are immune to specifically Radiant and Necrotic because I think they're like, hey, Spirit Guardians would be dumb here. But you know what I can do? Countercharm's gonna block that one for me. Hey, she gets it. Mordor can spit on it too. Man, she got a build too. Like how it's basically, do you survive Spirit Guardians? If you do, attack me until you die. But because Resonance Stone is imposing disadvantage and my spell save DC is up to 19, they have to roll very high. Even a 17 isn't enough. Just missed you over there. Can't be affected by 2 Spirit Guardians at once, apparently. Hey, you saved. Oh, no, you didn't. We just low rolled. No, you rolled a 1. Just low rolled the damage. 9 on 3d8. Ready for your prize? It's an opportunity attack. Congrats. Virtual pin is a little unfair. I'm not making any attacks. Remember, there's too much RNG in VG3. Why can't I hit any of my attack rolls? What if 1 Spirit Guardians was Radiant and 1 was Necrotic and you stack them up? I doubt it, but that is a good question, Lolsrice. I should test that. Be good to confirm. That's better than 1 lawnmower, 2 lawnmowers. Yeah, we got this scimitar. Hit, target starts burning unless it succeeds a con save. It's good. I would really like it if it were an Act 1 item, but Act 3 it's kind of like hard to justify. Anyway, that's it for today. Next to a run with Marks is just 2 dudes mowing the lawn. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's see if anyone's online to raid. The VA for the default dirge voice, Neely Roberts is live. Good raid over there. Haley's on. Dade is on. Raided Kaylee last time. Let's raid Dade. Let me actually just copy paste so I put the correct number of letters. Thank you, everybody. The plan for tomorrow is to start a new co-op with Mark the Power Hour. Very excited for it. Always love playing with him. The following day will be either the conclusion of this playthrough or me playing some more Cyberpunk. That means either way, new solo VG3 run from me next week. So we got lots of cool stuff going on. But if you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Dade. She's great. She was here earlier. Give her lots of love. She doesn't think she's a challenge runner, but she absolutely fucking is. She's, like, good. She's doing a duo on her run. Hey, y'all are great. Bye-bye.